Oop, when the cameras load. There we go. Hello. I do apologize in the delay in starting. We pressed live and then I had to go to the bathroom twice. I think I might have a little bit of a stomach bug. But we're doing okay. I just feel a little queasy and we might have some sudden changes to go to the bathroom today. That's probably too much information, but hey, if I don't share everything on stream, is it really me? But yes, good morning. Good morning, Samsara. I see you in there. The subtitles are working. Is that yes, they're working, or no, that's not working? Because they're coming up in my preview. Yay! We did successful stuff this morning. Violacious, hello, lovely. Hello, we got the integrated OBS ones. I did a bunch of stuff this morning. I got StreamerBot downloaded, and then Sammy showed me how to do an action, and then I realized I have to like find all the stuff that I want. I was like, yeah, no, I ain't got the spoons for that this morning. I got too much to do, so it'll be future Amy. But I got it. I got things connected. We've got the basic stuff there to get started, and yeah, now I just gotta find all the things that I want, which is gonna be it's a lot of like finding stuff, finding all like the clips and the sound bites, and you know, because I want specific stuff as well, and I don't know if that exists out there because I've thought about it but I haven't really looked into it yet, so yeah, it's gonna take a while, but we'll get there eventually. We'll get there. Need to do my videos on StreamerBot stills. That's all good. Don't rush yourself. Like, don't rush yourself. I mean, it's enough that I can start going in there and just playing and stuff like that, because I know, like, there's a couple of clips that I do want to pop up. Like the good vibes command actually is meant to have something that happens that I haven't been able to do elsewhere, but I should be able to do on StreamerBot. Obviously the big one is the you drawn one, but I don't know what I want to happen, but something needs to happen with you drawn. The other one is I want to redeem, where people can literally glitter my art or glitter me like a glitter bomb and throw glitter at the screen, but I need to find like the image file for throwing and then having a glitter bomb explode. So I don't know where to start with that, so that's going to require a bit of research and looking around and figuring this stuff out. So it's just a time of me sitting down and like trying to figure out where I can source this stuff, or you know, doing all those bits and pieces, which it's time, and time is honestly the most precious thing, because there's often so much on and so much to do. So, you know, what do you have time for? Anyway, we're here to carry on. You have glitter falling. Then we just need a sparkly snowball. Yeah, it's like, I don't know if I want like glitter raining down, because like my transition's got a little bit of rainbow sparkle, but also like literally I'd love it if it looks like someone is throwing a ball and then explodes into glitter, like a glitter bomb, like you're literally throwing glitter on the page. And it would be like, you can try and glitter me, or you can glitter the page. So, Yellow Beans, hello, lovely. How are you going? I was having complete mind blank the other day, and I was trying to remember your username to shout you out, and I was just having mind blank after mind blank. But yes, if you were in here the other day when I was talking about the Beauty of Horror colouring book, and I was talking about the amazing Twitch artist that I found colouring it, and I was having complete mental blank on the name, this is the artist, Yellow Beans. I'm doing good. We just started. We're about to carry on. Sandwich! Oh my god! Hello! Is your a little emote corn? I love that. Or is it a bean? I suppose corn is lots of beans, isn't it? Sandwich, how are you going? It's really good to see you, hon. You just got the new Best of Beauty of Horror book today. Ooh. I have not started in that one. Let me move you over to the art screen. Yellow beans. I think you'll find friends here. We've got someone who very much likes yellow and good beans. So this is what we've been working on. Our wonderful Kanoko Egusa page with all the crazy lore that has been designed and collaborated with chat. Honestly, I love this page. I love so much where this is going. And I'm excited to get back into this. Now, a couple of things have changed since last stream. Again, I have been doing a lot behind the scenes. I haven't been doing a lot of colouring because I haven't been feeling well. But I did manage to get a couple things like the captions integrated, so we shouldn't have any computer issues today. And a couple of things. I also changed how I mount my camera, so I can now bring you right in with no issues. There's no longer a bar across here. We're free. We're free. There's like space. It's weird. I do have to move my setup even further along on the desk, but it's great because now I've actually got my keyboard in front. The only thing I have to remember is to move my mic. So yeah, I'm still kind of adjusting the setup a little bit, but I have this option now where I can very easily bring you in and take you out because the camera is now on a boom arm. It may slightly go out of focus as I do this, so if it gets too blurry, just let me know. I'm very sore. I've been working hard since Sunday. I did a 9 till 7. Ew. I'm sewing stuff in the cars today. Heck yeah. It sounds like the perfect way to spend a Friday, actually. Just crafting and pottering and just relaxing, you know? So yeah, we have done a little bit in here. We, of course, finished our background night sky with the beautiful shimmery blue iridescent reflect on it. So we've got that sort of metallic-y, pearly blue reflect to the night sky, and started doing the highlighting of the trees for the backlit. We, of course, finished Sir Bobbington III, which I freaking love. Let's bring you up so we're not so direct light. I love how Sir Bobbington and his golden frame turned out, and the coolest thing about Sir Bobbington is, like, we have the yellow glow from the candles here, but the candle light is also reflected on him within this image. So is it a mirror, is it a portrait, or is it a portal to the other side? Because, of course, part of the lore that we developed for this page is that this is part of a multiverse and there are multiple copies, and Sir Bobbington III is from the other side. So yeah, now we have to figure out where we're going today and what we're going to work on. I just realised there's stuff all over my desk. I don't need my hairbrush. Where's my notes? My beautiful notes page. I think maybe we could start with Huey. Because, like, again, I've got all these colours out because I just pulled out a ton of browns to do Sir Bobbington. And I feel like we could start with Houston. So we might start here. It might be more logical to technically work across the page. But, I don't know. I feel like starting with Houston. So, your boy! So what I'm thinking for Houston is we will do like light tan, bring in the greys, sort of like what we did with Sir Bobbington's fur feathers, plumage, where we've got the grey but we've got like browns and tans worked into there, so it just looks like a slightly off white. We might go for those sort of colorways in the actual wraps, and then Houston himself, we might end up doing quite dark, just as a contrast, like a chocolatey brown is kind of what I'm thinking. And you'll have to bear with me because I am feeling a little nauseous today. Like I said, I suspect I have a little bit of a stomach bug. You know, Amy's not feeling well when she doesn't even open her energy drink. Alright, that might be verging on too dark. You should be in there. So I've got all the colours that I've used previously pulled out on the desk, plus a couple additional colours that I know I want to work in that I haven't worked in yet. So I've got like some purples pulled out as well, because I do know I want to bring in some purples as well and do like purple and orange themed. So a lot of the accessories will be purple, oranges and greys. Very traditional Halloween colours. The only colour I haven't pulled out is green. I may end up pulling out green. I'm not sure yet. Alright, cool grey is wrong. We probably want warm grey. Alright, so Huey is more in the light, but on the edge of the light, because we're imagining that these are lights sort of around the table. And then we've got Candle Reflex, which he's a bit far away from to really be affected. So he would just more be in the general, like this is our brightest area. So would have a little bit of shadows on the back side, and light would be on the front side for him. But then he would be a little backlit by the windows as well. So when we do our shadows, we will keep a little edge through, just to indicate that that side's lighter and being lit from behind as well. So yeah, how's everyone doing today? I hope you're all having a wonderful Friday, or Thursday, if it's Thursday where you are. I'm so glad it's Friday. I decided that I was in a position to just scrape enough together to get the bus ticket that I wanted to get for October, to go up to Armageddon. It's tight. It's tight. But we've paid for the ticket. I haven't paid for Armageddon itself. That's going to have to wait another week, mostly because I screwed up when I booked the dates and I had to pay a rebooking fee, or more for the cost of the tickets, which is just but at least we managed to fix it up. And yes, I have the bus ticket up to Auckland for Labor Day weekend, so I'll go and stay with my aunt and uncle and see my cousin. And then on the Saturday or the Sunday, I haven't decided which day. Saturday's the busiest of the days, so I'm kind of leaning towards Sunday for Armageddon. All good, Sandwich. Enjoy your lick. Enjoy. Oh, early ramen. Yum. Yeah, I haven't decided if I'll go Saturday or Sunday. I know Sunday's a little quieter. Monday's obviously the quietest, but I actually have the bus trip booked to come back on the Monday. So, yeah, we're going up on the Thursday and coming back on the Monday. And I also have to work out if I'm probably going to end up taking my laptop, because I'll get up there at 2, so I can still hopefully make it to work in time. Because, yeah, it's going to be tight, and one of the ways that I can justify it is I am going to have to work the Thursday, Friday remotely. I mean, I work remotely anyway, but I'm going to have to take my laptop with me and work those 2 days, just to help cover the cost of it. So that kind of sucks. Like, it would be nicer if I could just leave my laptop here and not have to take any of that stuff, but yeah. So we'll just take our laptop. I won't even take the USB keyboard. I'll just work with the terrible keyboard. But But I'm excited because I'll get to see a bunch of people, hopefully, and have a look around. It is fun to have a look around. Oh, excuse me. Oh, that feels better. It's so good. So, for those that might have missed the lore story that we developed, because there was a whole story that was developed with this page. Now, there is a highlight on my channel. Hopefully it lasts well. I have put the video on YouTube unlisted though. It is like 8 minutes of me trying to explain what we had created in terms of lore for this page. It's a lot. But I love it. I love what we've come up with, and this is turning into my favorite page just because of the collaboration with the story. So this is a annual Halloween party that's been hosted by Sir Bobbington, who we coloured last time, Sir Bobbington the Third. And as I mentioned before, he's technically from another plane. It's part of the mystery that they end up discovering along the way when they're investigating the murder of one of the party guests, which is actually Murphy the Mayor. So this character that we're working on is Houston. Hello, Gug! Hello! How are you going? Thank you so much. It is such a sweet, sweet scene. And then Chat and I, over the last couple of streams, have developed a whole murder mystery lore situation to the page. It gets very, very dark. Sorry, just bear with me. New boom arm, I'm still learning how to control it. But yeah, so that's the whole page on its own. So we've got a while to work on it, but it is very, very sweet, except the story that we've developed about what's going on here involves like characters being murdered, like multiplanar existences, like people being replaced with their other side counterparts, Eldritch horrors influencing characters. It's great. It's absolutely great. I love it. I love it. Chat is wonderful like that. A few of them aren't quite here because it is early and some of them are doing like work alerts and stuff, but that's all good. You would like to be invited to parties like this? I would be too, provided I wasn't the person being murdered. You know, I wouldn't mind being like Winifred or Mary, because they're the ducks and they have magic. But yes, right now we are working on Houston, or Huey here, who is the sheriff and is one of our comedic relief characters, along with Huxley, the diner owner here. And like, this is such a small little town and nothing really goes wrong in this town, so he's known as Houston, shortened to Huey, which is shortened to Hugh, which is just shortened to her, because that's basically his reaction to anything going on, because he's a sheriff with nothing to do. Like, you know, what's he going to give you? A citation for littering? It's a small little country town, nothing really goes wrong, so he's just really there as a formality. So he's sort of like your bumbling sheriff situation. He's not the one that leads the investigation. Gregory here leads the investigation. Yeah, the lore is deep. Like, we're talking there's a sequel already developed. Not only is there the first book / movie, there's the second one. Yeah, it's like, I did sit down, well, I didn't sit down, but in the stream last time, the time before, I know, it all kind of merges together. We did, like, I did sit and speak the whole lore story. It's like 8 minutes long, so I'm happy to tell it. Just be prepared that there's a lot. The story is developed. But yeah, if you want to know the whole thing of Murphy's Law, the town is also called Law, by the way. All of this also started from a joke about Murphy's Law, that the cat should be called Murphy because he's holding a broom, and it's always Murphy's Law that as soon as you finish cleaning, something else is dirty. So that's where this whole thing started. One joke. One silly little joke. But yes, how are you going? What are you working on at the moment? Anything in particular, or just chilling and vibing? I might have possibly gone a little too much in the grey, but that's okay. We'll bring it in with some browns. Yeah, trying to finish October day 5. Nice! I have never actually done Inktober. It looks like a lot of fun. Like, I can see why people do it. And I really love seeing what people come up with for the prompts. But yeah, me, myself, I haven't really done it. Because back when I used to actually sketch a lot more before my hands bled. I should be wearing my hand compression gear. Before the flare up, when I did sketch a lot, I didn't really work with ink. Because I don't outline my stuff. I don't ink lines. And I didn't really work with ink for the back, for any element on the page, except for maybe abstract backgrounds. So I never really took part in Inktober. Oh wow, we're gonna word good today. I thought about possibly looking at the prompts and trying to find a colouring page for each day and using inks to colour it, but also that means committing myself to a colouring page every day, and I'm just like, no. No. So maybe I'll colour a page with inks, but that's it. I only ever completed it once last year. Yeah. It's quite a mission to complete it. I've got a couple of friends who have done it and completed it and then created little zines of all their Inktober pages, which is really cool. I really like those. Where is my compression gear? Where is anything around here? We have this discussion every time. Surprisingly, I have cleaned up since last time. Because I rearranged a good section of my apartment. Because I changed all the mounting gear for my webcam so I could move things in and out. And I still have no idea where I've put my compression gear. It's been a learning curve, especially using Indian ink. Ooh. I could imagine. I used it once in school. I have a bottle of it. I still have the bottle from school that is 20 years old now. Hoarder. But also, look, I'm pretty good about a lot of stuff. Like, I have no qualms going through my clothes and getting rid of crap and shoes and household, any of that stuff. But art supplies, it's like, no, this is useful. There will come a day when I use a project and I need this one specific art supply. The moment I get rid of it, I'm going to immediately think of a project that needed this one specific art supply. Bit more used to digital nowadays, so it can be jarring. Ink supply's 9 years old, right? Yeah, I feel like all arty people do end up hoarding art supplies because, again, it's like, unless you're somebody who only works with, say, ink pens, it's like, okay, well, you have this one media, this is your whole thing. You technically only need ink pens, pencil, the sketchbook, and stuff. But just because you work with ink pens, you don't want to limit yourself to just pens. So it's like you've got liquid inks, you've got maybe dip pens, and then it's like you've got some acrylic paints because you're dabbling in that, and then you dabble in something else, and then maybe you got colour pencils for some contrast. And it just kind of explodes out from there. And then you start putting multiple craft hobbies into there, and it's like... And this is why every time my landlord inspects my apartment, he's like, you've got a lot of stuff. And it's like, yes, I do. I am not a minimalist. There's a reason I say I am a colouring book collector. At this point, I have to call myself a colouring book collector. I can't justify the collection any other way. I could colour solidly for every day of the rest of my life, and I probably would never finish my collection of colouring books. I keep them all organised and everything, but yes, I have no business going into art supply for. Yeah. See, I've got, I'm going up to a little local convention here in New Zealand in a couple of weeks. And the art supply stores are up there too. So I'm hoping, like, I've just managed to scrape together the bus ticket. Still got to buy the actual ticket to the con, but I'm only going for one day. So it's in like $30. And then I've got to save up like the transportation cost to get from where I'm staying, which is for free, thank God, over to the event and then back again. So I need like 50 because transportation up there's freaking expensive, and I have to take a train, a bus to get there. But after that, it's then like all game on for saving for the art store, because it's like, yes, I'm going up to the art store because for a start, I need to replace pencils. Like you can see here, I've got a lot of nibs. We got a lot of like very small pencils, so we are getting to a point where a bunch of my pencils need replacements. I do have some replacements, which is what the tape on the end indicates, is that I've got a replacement pencil for it. But yeah, some of them really need replacing. And then of course there'll be other things, and I'll just go in there and just be like, gimme. So it's just, ooh, how much can we get? How much can we stretch? Oh, come out. See, this one desperately needs replacing. And I can order, oops, I've forgotten a whole section of the wraps. I can order online from this art store, but they are notorious for not wrapping their pencils and them arriving shattered in the core. Unfortunately, I don't have many options in New Zealand of where to buy from, so yeah, it makes it a bit hard. But yeah, last time I ordered pencils from this company, it was being chucked in with an order for my mum, who was ordering some glass paint, and she was ordering a bunch of paint. So it was literally like they sent her a box and all the bottles were lined up in this box perfectly in like a 4x4 row or something. She was buying like 20 colours. So it fit perfectly in this box, and then they took my 6 pencils and they just tied an elastic around them and chucked them on top and closed up the box, except there was like a bit of depth between the bottom of the glass bottles and the glass paint bottles. They weren't glass bottles, but glass paint. The top of the bottles and the top of the box. So there was all this space, and the pencils were just in there like bounce. And I was just like, oh, no. I did complain, but never heard back from them. So yeah, I tried really hard not to buy off them online for that reason. Yeah, so I didn't have a booth. It was actually my mum that had a booth. She is a jewellery maker. So we did do a really big market recently. It might have been that one that you saw, Parongia. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, sure, jump on a plane to come to a market in the middle of nowhere in New Zealand. Hey, at least Prongia is very close to Hobbiton, so you can also go and check out, you know, the Lord of the Rings and Hobbit set while you're there. It's only like an hour and a bit away from Hobbiton. If that. Right, I think we've got everything now for the wraps, for the grey, so we can probably come in here with Bistro. I think this is Bistro. Yeah. Not one that's running low, but I luckily have a replacement for. Now we can start creating the more tanned undertone to the wraps. It's your dream. So I have to be honest here. I haven't been to Hobbiton. So before the flare up, I was not in a position financially to get up there, because I didn't drive, and again, I was a student or unemployed and on disability for a mental health condition for a long time. So it was like mental health condition, then I started getting well, but I was unemployed, and then I got employed and was doing really well, but I actually didn't drive. So I literally had no way to get there unless I could find someone else to go with, and I know, like, spent years in the mental health system, didn't really have any non-inpatient friends, so, you know, I didn't really have anyone to go with except my family, and they weren't really interested, so I just never went. And then, like, 2019, I started doing really, really well. I even got my driver's license, and I was starting to get to a point where I felt confident enough, and I probably could have gone, and then the flare-up happened after, you know, 2020 and all that stuff. Because obviously Hobbiton shut down, tourism went down, so they kind of backtracked a bit there. And then after that, it was like, you know, the perfect time, because Hobbiton wasn't, like, there was no tourists, so they were like, okay, you know, let's run really cheap and let's let all the Kiwis come in who haven't done it. So they were, like, really pushing for Kiwis to come. But at that point, I had had my flare-up and my diagnoses, and I now use a walking frame. And so I did look at their website, but they do state that the site is not the most accessible, because you do have to do a lot of walking, and it isn't the most accessible site for wheelchairs or walking frames, and like, it's not wheelchair accessible. So it's like, oh, darn. Okay, so even though now I can drive and I can get myself there, I need somebody to go with me to assist me. And now, because of the flare-up, I've lost my driver's license because I've lost my peripheral vision. So I'm not allowed to drive anymore. So now we're back to me not being able to actually get there. It's like this loop of, I just want to visit Hobbiton. So one day. Thank you. I know Violacious has also mentioned a few times about coming over to New Zealand, and when she's here, Hobbiton is also one of the ones that she will be doing, and I'm like, hell yes, like, there's a bunch of people who are like, oh, when I come to New Zealand, I will take you, and I'm like, yes, yes, thank you, bye. Like, I'll just go multiple times, it's fine. One day. But yeah, it's quite fun to play tourist in your own area, because it's very easy to forget that about the stuff that you have around you. So playing the tourist in your own town. They have mobility restriction golf carts now? KP. No, you can shout. That's something to be shouting about. Yeah, I think from when I read, they were saying something about getting up there might be easier now. So it's been a while since I've looked. Like, I think it was the end of 2020 I last looked. So it wouldn't surprise me if they have got them back on board, especially as tourism does pick up in the country again. And also, we are getting to the 20th anniversary of Return of the King. Like, it's been the 20th anniversaries of each of the movies, as I discovered the other day, and freaked myself out with how old I now feel. Yes. 11th. It will be a September trip. Hell yes. Hell yes. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Aim for next September. Lots and lots of savings so we can take Vi all around the country and play tourist with Vi. Yeah, I don't have my own electric, unfortunately. I just have the walking frame. But it's cool if they've got like the golf carts to get you up there, because that was one of the big thing is the transportation up, because it is quite far back. So Hamilton's actually quite a few hours from Hobbiton. It's not like right next door. Yeah. Plus also, so it's a wonderful suggestion, KP, but for me, I know that there is a possibility eventually I will end up in a chair. If my back collapses, if mobility gets worse, if I have a really bad flare up and we get permanent damage, I may permanently end up in a chair. And so I have a personal choice that I am trying to avoid a chair at all costs, because the moment I go into a chair, it's in-game, and I don't want that. So it's a wonderful suggestion, but for me, like mentally, I don't want to be in a chair. So yeah. We will struggle on crutches and a walking frame before we do that. Yeah, but I appreciate the suggestion. It's cool to know that they now have the golf carts back up and running, because that makes a lot of difference. Yeah, you get it. It's the big, like, the moment I reach that point I've lost, which it isn't like a win-lose situation with this. It is a continual battle. I will never win. I will never necessarily lose. I mean, I will eventually lose, but we all eventually lose in the end. That's very pessimistic. But yeah, just personally, I am trying to avoid the frame, the wheelchair for as long as possible. So, and I do like my walking frame. Like, I was at the was it the supermarket? Was it the supermarket? No, I was in, it was the supermarket, sorry, because I had to pick up something, I don't know, or it might have been a pharmacy, I can't remember. I was in a shop, I was picking something up, and I just picked the product up, flicked open my trolley lid, and threw the product in there and closed it, because I've got a granny Zimmer frame, for those that don't know. It looks like a very old lady's walking frame. So great. But yeah, just flick open the lid, dump the product in there and close it down. And she cracks up laughing at the couch. She's like, just the way you dump it in there. And I'm like, honestly, it's the best thing in the world. It's like a giant handbag / pocket. And it's a seat. I actually really like the walking frame. Like, it sucks that I'm on it, but it's really handy because it's the world's biggest pocket. And none of my clothes have pockets. So it's great. The amount of stuff that I can cram into that walking frame. And then on the walking frame, but yes, welcome in KP and Samsara. I see you in there. I imagine you're doing the work clerk, so good to see you again. And yeah, Garg, you are absolutely right. Zoomies with the golf cart would be hella fun on the hills. I hope everyone is doing well today. So for those that might have missed about this page, this is Murphy's Law. It's a very cute animal costume page, and then chat kind of worked with me to develop the full lore of this page. It cracks me up so much. So if you, how long do we have to add? It's 14 minutes. I can do it before the ad break. So Murphy's Law is the name of the series. There's literally a first book / movie and then a second movie sequel. I have got no indications my side. So I think it might be your internet, KP. I've had a lot of internet issues, so I'm always prepared to say it is my internet, but I haven't dropped any frames. My bitrate is going strong today. I think it's mine. Also, Sammy, while you're there, are you able to chuck captions back onto my tags? Because we took it off last time with the issue with the captions, but actually captions are back. I forgot about that. Yours fully dropped, you say? Yeah, I've had a lot of internet issues. Like, literally, I had to ring my ISP, and it turns out they've been capping my internet for some reason, which was not fun. But yeah, it was a combination of that and then some drivers needed reinstalling. That seems to have fixed it. Fingers crossed. Thank you. It's very handy having an editor. But yes, so the story behind this is Murphy's Law, is the story name. So this is based in the town of Lore, Lore. And this whole concept started with a joke, because a comment was made that this cat with the broom should be called Murphy, because it's always Murphy's Law that once you're done cleaning, something else needs cleaning, of course with his broom. So it's like, okay, so this is Murphy. He is the mayor of Lore. And he unfortunately gets murdered very quickly into our story, because this is the annual Halloween Autumn's Eve festival held by Sir Bobbington III, this owl in the picture here. And so all the townsfolk has gathered for this big party. Murphy, the mayor, we have Gregory and Mordecai, the squirrel lovers who own the general goods store. We have the sisters, Winifred and Mary. We have Huxley, the diner owner, Houston, the sheriff, and then over here we have Farrah Foxlet, the local Liberian history buff, and then we also have Sadie Sanderson, the maid for Sir Bobbington III, the loyal mayor. And so they're all enjoying the party, and then Murphy is found dead with a lollipop bat thing sticking out of his head. And so immediately everyone's like, yeah, I think Farrah did it, because Farrah is like, she's like weird. She's always talking about like the other side and spirits around you and like things in the night and ghosts, and she's just spooky, and everyone's like, yeah, Farrah did it, she's weird. Gregory takes it upon himself to investigate, because, you know, Houston the sheriff is not really that great as a sheriff. Now Gregory is called the Great Traveling Squirrel. The Gregory and Mordecai, again, they own the general goods store, and Gregory will go on the road and buy products for the store and bring them back, and then Mordecai sells them in the store. Except Mordecai has been changing lately, and I've been having a lot of issues, so Gregory took a longer break, but decided to come back for the annual party because he does want to try and save his relationship. So they, like, part of the story also revolves around Gregory and Mordecai trying to repair their relationship. But yes, Gregory starts investigating with the help of Houston, to figure out what's going on with Farrah. So while investigating in the desk, they find a bunch of illicit love letters between Sir Bobbington to Farrah, with Sir Bobbington explaining, you know, Murphy is ruining everything. Murphy is destroying me. He's blocking my plans to buy the land. Murphy is the root of all my problems and really evil. So they're like, well, there's your motive. But then they find another letter to somebody who they don't really know who it is, and they're like, in it, Sir Bobbington's like, yeah, I don't actually love Farrah. This is like just me using Farrah. You know, she's from a different class of animals. She's too wild for my taste. Like, no, I'm not into Farrah. So they're like, this is getting a bit weird. So they turn to Winifred and Mary, who are the local doctor and pharmacist. So Winifred and Mary come and have a look at Murphy, and Mary, the doctor's like, no, Murphy wasn't hit over the head with this hammer. Like, this is post-mortem. This bat wing injury, this is all done post-mortem. And through her doctoral knowledge, which happens to be magic, explains and figures out that Murphy, in fact, died by poisoning. And so Winifred, with the help of Huxley, the diner owner, using her magic, sorry, this is Mary. Mary is the pharmacist. Winifred is the doctor. So Winifred works out that the injury is post-mortem. Mary then works out, with the help of Huxley, that it's poison and the food has been poisoned. And who prepared the food? Sadie Sanderson, the loyal, housekeeper for Sir Bobbington III. And so all of them work together, go to confront these two, and this is where they find out that this town of lore is not the only lore, because there's multi-dimensions in parallel universes. And so Sir Bobbington III and Sadie are actually from the other side. They have come through and murdered their side counterparts here and overtaken their role to run their evil plans. So remember how I said that Mordecai is changing and getting weird at the moment and causing issues in the relationship? Turns out he's being haunted by an eldritch horror from the other side. Farah was not weird. Farah was right. There is an other side. And yeah, so the reason why Murphy was killed is because his land is the connection to the other side, the portal to the other side. So, you know, big battle, explosions. These two escape back to the other side, and that's the end of book 1, because in book 2, now we know that there's another side, and that Mordecai is being haunted and overtaken by an eldritch horror from the other side. So our party needs to go and travel to the other side, meet the other side counterparts, but also try to save Mordecai, and of course along the way we'll find the other side Murphy. And that's about as far as we got, but also that's a lot of lore to develop on one colouring page. Oh, so yeah, that is the lore of lore so far, because the whole thing is Murphy's Law. Oh, right, I missed all of this. Load-bearing pockets is one of the sacrifices I had to make. Yeah. Pocket kitten? Everyone needs a pocket kitten. A hydrate, thank you. I probably should after all that. Thank you. Much better. Yeah, so it's a massive story that chat came up with me, and I adore them for it, and I also adore the story. I just think it's hilarious that this is what we all came up with out of a colouring page. So, like, each of the characters has personality. So, like, these two here, BFFs, your comic relief, think sort of like buddy cop situation. We have Houston, the sheriff, who doesn't really know what he's doing, and then Huxley, the diner owner. And so Huxley obviously is important because, being that it's a food that's poisoned, he actually figures out it's the food and specific foods and stuff like that with the help of Mary, the pharmacist. But I kind of feel like Houston in the story, like definitely in part 1 in particular, it's all about like how this is the biggest thing that's ever happened in his inadequacies as sheriff. So I feel like when they go through to the other side, something needs to happen where Houston proves himself, you know? And I also don't know if, like, did Sir Bobbington III and Sadie kill this side counterpart, or is this side's counterpart stuck in the other side? It's like, I don't inherently want to make it like the other side is evil and this is the good side. Like, maybe there's good and evil on both sides. Yeah, I don't know. It's been really fun to sort of figure it out and develop this lore. And now I can't look at this page without thinking about like the stories behind it. But it also gives me a way to sort of envision each character. So like Sadie will be coloured with a similar colour scheme to Sir Bobbington, where we will use like the pale greys and the red to sort of tie them together as well, because pale. But then also simple things like these candles here. Sorry, I should get this in frame. They're obviously casting a glow light. So, you know, there are light reflex on the frame where the candles are. And it's reflecting into the frame. But then it's also reflecting specifically on Sir Bobbington in a way that would be highlighted if this candle was also lighting him in a room. So it's like, is this a frame? Is this a mirror? Is this actually the portal to the other side? Are we seeing the actual Sir Bobbington here? Yeah, exactly. I don't like that. It's the same thing in D&D, which they are moving away from, is that classic trope of like, orcs are bad, goblins are bad. It's like, no. No. So, and that's why I'm like, it would be quite cool to have evil on both sides. And then also somehow in all of this, magic has to be worked into it, because the ducks have magic, but it's not really like talked about or explained. It's just like, yeah, we have magic. And everyone's like, what? Magic exists? So yeah, these all sorts of stuff. These like the classes and politics of like the wild animals versus like, you know, they're from different classes, aka different types of beasts. And that's why it's like, ooh, they're in a relationship. Like there's a lot of really fun subplots that we kind of worked into this, and like, you know, the classic love trope of trying to repair a broken relationship, but I mean also gay squirrels. Oh, thank you. I actually really love light reflex. Light reflex is some of my favorite things to work into a piece of art, because when you start to do it, it just makes a piece appear more grounded when you start to work out where those light reflex are and what's reflecting what. So like in the sky here, everything around these trees is still got to bring it out a little bit more, but the trees have got like a little edge because they're being backlit by the sky itself. And so in here, this frame will also have a blue edge because again it's being backlit. Same with the porch vase. And so technically Houston here should have a little bit of blue just in a certain couple of areas, just because he would be being lit by the windows itself. Our light source is also up here. This is going to be our most lit area of the page, because then by doing that, Mordecai, Farah, and Murphy are actually all in shadow. And Mordecai, of course, will have the blue glow as well because he's on the edge of the balcony. So Farah will be just lit by, you know, very soft lighting because she doesn't have the bright light. And then Murphy will have a little bit, but not intensely. And then like Huxley here will actually be lit by the candles a lot because he's really right by the candles. Gay squirrels! Exactly. But after all that talking, we are about to head into our first ad break. So I do run these ads every hour. They are very important for me to run because this is an hourly reminder for me to stop, put down the pencil, and actually take a proper stretch, which allows me to continue streaming with minimal pain, which obviously is the goal here. I also have to take some more meds, so we're going to take medication as well. So make sure you take this opportunity to stretch, grab some water if you need some water, take your meds if you need to, go to the bathroom, grab a snack, anything that you need to do. We will be back in 3 minutes. Even if you get like 12 ads, it's not going to be longer than 3 minutes at the most. Oh, helps if you move the cap. Okay, that's better. Pain meds taken. Right, we need to do a standing stretch because I can feel it in my back. Whew. Whew. Oh. Yay, there's my compression gear. Nope, that's not my compression gear. It's a very similar coloured bag. Could have sworn I put it down there. Where else could I have moved it to? I moved it over here. It used to live on the back of the bar that I mount all my cameras and stuff on. But of course I swapped that bar out for the boom arms. And so now there's like nothing to hang this on. I think some of these are due a wash as well. Ooh. Right, are we gonna, whoa, yep, we're gonna blow out. Sorry, things are gonna go just weird for a second while I manually turn on the white balance for this page. I think we're pretty good. Why are you adjusting? What else is... The exposure's also on auto. Whoa, why'd the zoom go so crazy? Okay, well, we've at least got us working. We might just turn the brightness down slightly. Okay, that's bearable. It still adjusts a little bit, but it's not going to completely blow out. Yeah, it's bearable. Still not great, but at least it's not going to completely change every time. You have to go into a meeting for a little while. All good, Sammy. Good luck with the meeting. Hopefully it goes quickly and smoothly. Right. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Thank you for bearing through that as we did our stretches, our little walk, and got myself my compression gear. So we are good to go. So we're back with the bistro and working on Houston. I keep wanting to call him Huxley because Houston and Huxley are very similar names. I've been seeing watercolorists laying down blue as their sketch so the shadow builds up as they keep going. Yeah. Your ad was 5 seconds of McDonald's? Yep. That often happens because the ads are obviously targeted. So certain demographics get a lot more ads than others. The States usually gets quite a few more ads. We have one person who comes and hangs out in here sometimes, Smolt. She's like our Adland warrior because she seems to get 9 every time. And yeah, for Kiwis, we tend to not get a lot of ads. Tends to be like 1 or 2 because there's not many that are aimed towards the Kiwi demographic. So we don't get too many ads, which is quite nice at times. Yeah. I don't mind sitting through the ads because the thing is, like, in playing the ads, there's a couple of things that happen. So I have that hourly reminder, which is so important for me. It really does help me with the streaming and continuing to stream and not like locking up and being in a ton of pain. Which, yay. But it also removes pre-rolls. So when people come to join us in the stream, they don't have to sit through 3.5 minutes, 3 minutes of ads just to join in on stream. Like, they can join in straight away unless they come right in on an ad break. So they like get to jump straight in, which is cool because when I'm browsing Twitch, I like to check out a stream for a little bit and then I'll hang around if it's my sort of vibes. And Twitch is meant to give you like 30 seconds before they throw the ads up now, but it's not long enough to really judge the vibes of the stream. So yeah, it's like I don't want to be hit with a ton of ads just to work out if I even want to hang around in here. And then the other thing as well is that I do earn a little bit of money from the ads, and like for context, they really mean a little bit. My last stream, I earned like 6 cents in ad revenue. Like, it's really not a lot. But that's okay, because we're not doing it for the ad revenue. We're doing it to hang out with y'all, and like I said, it is my hourly reminder. So yeah, the instant that they switched, they put ads onto 1.5 minutes every half hour there for a while, which is really annoying. But the instant that they switched back to 3 minutes every hour, it's like done. Because it's enough time to get up, have a stretch, make a drink, pop to the bathroom, anything that you need to do. Lack of pre-roll is pretty great, yeah. I'm a big fan of not having the pre-rolls. And see, there's some people who are like, no, I'd rather people have an ad when they join stream, and then they don't get an ad anymore, which I also see the benefits of. But like for me, recently I've been having all those internet issues, so I've had to reload streams, and when you get to the 4th or 5th reload and you're getting ad after ad after ad, it's like, well, I'm just not going to be in here anymore, because every time I reload I'm having to sit through 3 minutes of ads again. Which, yeah, just like meh. Again, it is really a personal preference. There's no real way to do it. It's just what you feel comfortable with, really. But yeah, no, Twitch is... It slowly builds up. Like, again, it's not much ad revenue, but it slowly builds up, and it adds up with the subscriptions and bits and those sort of bits that all kind of stack up together, you know? And then I think I'm like a couple dollars away from a payout this month, because once you reach, I think it's $50, then you're entitled to get a payout for the month. And I'm pretty sure I'm at like 48. I'm pretty close to a payout. So it's pretty cool. It'll be very handy this month. I'm nodding like you can see me. It's all good. I have that actually happen a lot. And I do that too. I'll be in stream. I'll be like, yeah, you're absolutely... Oh, right, you can't hear or see me. And then start to type the message. Especially with people I chat with a lot. It's like, oh yeah, you know, I'm not on a phone call with you. I'm actually watching your stream. So we're using green gold right now as our colour, and we're just expanding where we put the bistro and just working those shadows deeper, building up that tone. And then we'll come in with some light greys and dull down the vibrancy of it, because this is quite a vibrant yellow, which I don't actually want the vibrancy of, but we can tone that down with some warm grey 1 and 2. But yeah, if you're liking this page, KP, and you kind of want to try colouring, but you don't want to invest in like a really expensive book and all that sort of stuff, by the way, this page is designed by an artist called Kanoko Egusa. I love her work. I'm very obsessed with her work. But she also puts out a bunch of really cool colouring pages for free on her website. So if you put, in fact I can type it into chat, there's a command called freebies, which is just exclamation freebies, and that brings up her official website where the pages are that you can download for free. So if you know you or your wife want to try a very relaxing hobby with very cute animal pages, all you just need to do is print that off. The one that I am working on is not up there obviously because it's from one of her books, but there are some very cute ones in there. I actually have one that I started somewhere around here and I need to get back to it at some point. It's like Mice in the Kitchen, but I printed it way too small and I'd like to redo it again, but bigger. I point at my screen when streaming, like you can't see where I'm pointing. Yeah. I mean, I'm notorious for colouring off screen as well, which is one of the alerts that I want to get in when I redo all my alerts, is something that people can play for free and be like, you're off screen again, or like yell at me like alert, 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 and I can look up and be like, oh crap, and move myself back on screen. I'm trying to be a lot better about it. But also now with the new boom arm, I can like bring you right in. So I can like really show you what I'm doing, which also makes it really easy to move off screen. I changed all the colors, which has changed the focus again. I never said you could autofocus. Oh, that's annoying. Sorry, bear with me. I have to do this thing again. Whoop, too many. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. I also went into the command that you made, Sammy, and made an alias for it. So exclamation focus will also bring it up now. Which is what I was trying to type, but my keyboard went also very nuts. I think my batteries are dying in both my keyboard and my mouse. Which, you know, good time. Right, auto. Alright, we want configure video. Sorry, I could get a little laggy here because I'm just opening up a bunch of things to do this. I've also got this on the wrong screen, so it's on the tiny screen, which means I can't actually see properly. Go big, please. Yeah, there we go. I think we're good. Maybe we'll just try manually focusing it one more. There we go. I've still got the exposure being overexposed, but that's the best I can do with the black gloves. I really do need to get on to making some like covers for these gloves. Okay. That's such a good command. It's very useful. It's not the first time I've brought that up as well, because I was filming a YouTube video and I could not remember how to fix it again. And so I was like, what order is it again? Why is it not working? So yeah, now with the new boom arms, I can actually bring you right in as well, which is really cool. You can get like really close up details of what I'm doing. But of course, this leads to potential of me like going right off frame as well. So that's why it's really important. So the next step is to work out the lighting situation to get me better overall lighting where we don't get these shadows. Because right now, the majority of my lighting's directly behind me. So I've got a lamp up there, which works as my lamp, and the lamp down here, but it's a very intense lamp. So I kind of bounce it against the wall as well. Which means we kind of get light coming this way, which helps a little bit with the shadows. And then I've got a little light directly above as well, that when I push the camera down, I push the light down as well. That's also on a boom arm. So that gives us more direct top-down light. And I can also adjust the settings on that one as well with like different intensity levels. So when I'm working with the Prismacolors, for example, which are a lot more waxy and shiny and can have like a reflect on it, I can turn the brightness down on that light so we get less reflect. Although sometimes it's still better to sort of have it at a bit of an angle to not have the reflect, which is what you're going to get in this shiny area here because of the iridescent cover. BD! Hello! How are you going, lovely? It's so good to see you again. Welcome back to Murphy's Law. Where's my pencil sharpener? There's my pencil sharpener. How are you going today? How's everything? How's the pain? I hope you're doing all right. We are working with warm grey 2 here. And so this is being used as sort of our final colour over Houston, but also as well as using it to blend out the green gold and fill in the rest of the bandage, I'm also going over everything with coloured because the little bit of grey pigment in here will also desaturate a lot of what I've put down, so we don't get that intensity. So it's still going to have a bit of yellows and browns, but it's just going to be dulled down slightly. I'm just super tired today, not hurting at all. Well, I'm glad, you know, like tiredness sucks, but at least it's not pain, you know? But also, if you need to go have a nap, fully understand. I am a nap almost every day girl. I may not have to nap today because of it being the first day of my injection cycle, so it's the most pain-free of days, but we're still doing things to moderate the pain, which is why I still take my pain meds, and we still do stretches and stuff like that, because even though this is the most pain-free of days for me in my cycle, it's still, you know, we still want to try and keep ourselves as good as possible, so we still take the hourly break. PT is happy. I can already move my arm to 90 degrees. Hell yes, BD. That is awesome. That's so good. I really hope you get the sign off for colouring again soon. I really hope you do. I loved seeing all your pages. It's so cool. And yeah, I'm sorry I've kind of cursed you with now this is going to be the lore for this page every time you see it in your own book, but also so happy. And I got a message from Colouring Bumblebee on Instagram, who I usually do a buddy colour with every month, and she's now starting this page, and I'm just like, yes, the lore continues, because every other coloured version of this page is now this story in a parallel universe. And I'm just like, the moment I realized that, I was just like, done. It's just the multiverse. It's just when you're going through to the other side. So yeah, I'm just like, oh, the lore spreads, the lore continues. And also, I suspect my grey number 2 pencil has got a broken core. Which doesn't surprise me, because I know my warm greys are quite old, because I tended to work with my cool greys more. And I know I've dropped this pencil a few times. I'm at the point with a lot of my pencils where they have been dropped a few times, so a lot of my pencil cores are starting to get a bit shattered. Especially ones I either use a lot or haven't used. Well, no, the ones that I haven't used all that much are actually still pretty good because they live in the case. So I must have used this one a bit. But yeah, I just sharpened it and I can already feel that the core is loose again. So I think we have a little bit of a shattered core situation with this one. Next Tuesday is my last day in the sling. Hell yes. Oh. Yep, there's the core gone. I will keep everything crossed for you. Let us know so we can celebrate with you. Or, you know, send you virtual hugs. But we'll hope it's a celebration. We'll hope it's the sort of thing that can go in the Small Victories channel on the Discord and you can be like, I did it! I'm free! But also don't push yourself when you first get out as well, because you're going to still be recovering. Broken cores really do stink. I really, really, really hate it when the pencils get to that point. Oh, I might also need to empty all my pencil shaving bags. Yes, I can feel you're loose in here again too. It's okay. This isn't sharpened as much as I would normally sharpen a pencil, but we're also kind of just using it as a blender and burnisher, though I'm not pressing hard enough to burnish. I don't actually want to burnish the page. Oh, there goes the core again. Yep, definitely a broken core. Does everyone know what I mean when I say burnish? If I ever use terms for colouring and you don't know what I'm talking about, please feel free to ask and ask me to clarify, because I will just talk about stuff. Again, I ramble. This is why there is literally a timer that pops up that says Amy rambles, because I do. I just ramble. I talk about absolute bullshit and just see what you guys enjoy talking about, which 90% of the time is food. Like, food often comes up and seems to be quite a good topic of conversation. So what has everyone last eaten? I was a very good girl. I did force myself to have breakfast. I was feeling a little queasy, but I did force myself to have something. And I've still got most of it in the fridge for lunch. I made myself a beautiful little salad bowl. I put some rice in there, avocado, tuna, lots of like mescaline, bean sprouts, green onion. So sort of like a rice salady bowl. Probably got some official term. I don't know. I just put some rice, put some tuna, and then chuck some stuff in there and sriracha and mayo. And just mixed it all together. Ate a few bites of it so I at least had something. And then the rest is in the fridge, which I can pull out for lunch at any point if I want. Your rambling is so relaxing. Your voice washes over my brain. Apparently I'm really good to fall asleep to, which actually really pleases me because I do fall asleep to streams, but I only fall asleep to certain people's streams. Violacious, Samsara, that was not me shortening her name, that was me struggling with words. Samsara's stream. Ruby, this is Ruby, okay? I fall asleep to Ruby. And I do feel like bad that I'm falling asleep in their streams, but also I'm comfortable enough to fall asleep to them. So it's something like to know that you're comfortable enough to relax, which is what I do want here. Like, this is a chill space and a safe space. This is not meant to be me like screaming and horrified and jump scares and all that sort of stuff. This is meant to be a space where you can relax. And yeah, that might mean you decide to put me on lurk and go do your dishes, or you do craft projects with me, which I love when people are doing like art as well along with me. As I've talked before, for me, because of my employment situation, my medical situation, like I genuinely don't have to leave the house. Like I don't have to leave the house until next Thursday, which is just under a week away. I legit have no other reason to leave the house until next Thursday. And unless I force myself to go for a walk, I legit don't have a reason to leave the apartment. And it makes it like, you know, very isolating sometimes. So it's really neat to have this way to connect with people, to socialize, to hang out, to get to know you all, and just have this interaction, because I wouldn't have this if I didn't stream. I would literally be stuck at home by myself with no one to talk to. So yeah. I love when you fall asleep during our games. Oh my god, I felt so bad last game when I didn't even forget to, like, I didn't even set the alarm. The alarm was in there, I just forgot to turn it on because we've had a couple of weeks without games, so the alarm was off and I forgot to return it on, so I just slept through. Although it's probably a good thing I forgot to turn it on, because that was also still set to 5 a.m. instead of 6 a.m. for our game. But yeah, I do often fall asleep in that game because that's right around when I usually have managed to drift off, so yeah. And especially if it's like a bad pain day and I can't get out of bed. So it's like I'm playing the game in bed. It's just so easy for me to drift back off. Hopefully this week we will get back to it. Makes you happy now? Yeah. Time for us to go out drinking then. Yeah. Only if you're paying. Drinking is expensive. Your girl is broke. Legit, like, I think I have to even check if I've got enough to pay my internet bill. I should probably check that. Because I did scrape together enough and realize I could afford the bus ticket up to Armageddon. I'll have to buy the tickets next week for Armageddon. But yeah, the bus ticket, I was like, I can just scrape this out. I'm staying with family for free and all sorts of bits and pieces. So yeah, it's tight, but it's doable. And then when I booked the tickets, I booked the wrong day. So then I had to rebook the tickets, which cost me, because you lose the booking fee on the first one, you have to pay a new booking fee. So yeah, it cost me, I think it was, and then there was an increase in ticket price, so it was an extra $30 to get the correct tickets. It's just like, fucking hell, yeah. Oh, good, Simon. Also, hi, it's good to see you again. It's exciting. You're going over to Australia. You got anything planned for over there? Can't be for PAX, because I think that's on this weekend, isn't it? Yeah, you got a holiday booked at the end of the month? Hell yes. Enjoy. Oh, I wouldn't mind going back to Australia one day. God. Speaking of the 20-year anniversary, it's been 20 years since I went to Australia because I was in the final year of high school. No, not quite 20 years. When did I graduate? Fuck. 2005, so not quite. Not quite, because it will be 2025. Going over for a couple weeks, meeting Twitch friends for the first time. Hell yeah! Driving from Sydney to Brisbane. Oh my goodness. That sounds incredible though. I really love how Twitch just connects us with so many international people. Just all the friends that we meet in all the communities and all the places. And I've just met so many amazing people here on Twitch. And so many creative individuals that are doing amazing things. Alright. Houston is looking bandified. Bandified? Bandaged up? Bandidiodoed? I don't know. Bandidity good? Blah 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 blah. Basically. Good luck captions with all of that ramble. I have to say that the captions are doing a little better with the accent with the ones that have got integrated into OBS now. Still struggling on certain things, but, you know, for the most part doing alright. Probably because in the inbuilt ones I can actually put myself as New Zealander English instead of just English. So it's probably got something to account for the accent a little bit. Oh my goodness. Alright, come on, Nub. Come on, Nub. Alright, it might actually be time to remove this tape. Oh, if I can even get the pencil out. Ooh! Well, tape's fallen off anyway, so we'll take that as a sign. Oh, right. Tomorrow I need to remember to do Patreon stuff. My poor Patreons. I was going to do that on Thursday after all the medical stuff, but I didn't even get there to it. I basically went and did all my tests and then came home and collapsed and slept all day and then got up and worked and then started watching a stream after work. D&D got cancelled, so I was like, oh, I could stream. And then I was like, yeah, no, I'm not in the right mood to stream. And so I started watching a stream and then was like, nah, I'm going to bed at like 7 o'clock. And pretty much fell asleep. Alright, so we're going to keep working on just blending and adding in a slightly lighter tone because I do want these bandages a little bit paler. So that's the great thing about Polychromos pencils is they are harder, so they do keep their point. They are like harder to blend because they're not smushy like Prismacolors, but you can layer them, so you can get a lot of really like layered tones and depth. And that's what I love about them. Like this background that we've done, this deep navy blue background with the iridescent coat has been built up through so many layers of blues and black. And then like Sir Bobbington, our friend up the top here, which is going to have a lot of shine, this background tone, this rich brown, has been built up from a lot of different layers moving through all the different browns, resulting in a really lovely rich colour. And you can't get that with Prismas. But Prismas, they do smash together very well because they're creamy, which can be really handy if you're trying to blend like colours that don't naturally blend together very well. Like purple to yellow. I've done that a few times. They're also opaque, so you can work in less layers. So like when I did the dragon eye that I recently posted on Instagram, that's all done in Prismacolors because it was just 4 colours and I just wanted to smush those colours together and make that really crisp gradient very quickly. I knew I didn't need to build up lots of tone with that, so worked well. Sorry, my mum's just got a letter from the hospital for me, so just getting you to open it because it could be actually, fingers crossed, it is rheumatology saying that they've changed their mind and they are actually going to see me. It's more likely to be my x-ray results. Yeah. Fingers crossed. If you can cross your fingers, it's probably my x-ray results, not rheumatology changing their mind and deciding, yeah, actually we do think there is a case to see you. Patient that is already under us and has a proven medical history for needing rheumatology. Healthcare. Blech. Let's not focus on that today. But yeah, I have to get my mail sent to my mum's because I have like a really bad postal address, and stuff doesn't turn up half the time, so letters all go to my mum, which is fine, except, you know, if it's something like a hospital appointment, they only send out the cards like 2 days before the appointment. It's an appointment card. Ah, okay. Well, this one's in advance, but that's good to know. It's an appointment for 2024 in January. So yeah, it really depends on the department as well, because they kind of work all independently, and it's really silly. Like rheumatology will send me a letter like 4 days before the appointment, and it's like, you're sending it by snail mail. Like half the time they barely turn up in time. So the dentist unit will give me 2.5 weeks because I'm technically under dental at the hospital, just because of my anxiety with dentists. The local dentists won't see me in their clinic because they have to knock me out to do anything dental related, so I get hospital care for that. This one's for gynecology, and it is for the 26th of February 2024. Oh goodness. Alright, gynae appointment. So yeah, that one's out really far in advance. Like, that is ridiculously in advance. It's February. It's in February. I can't believe they've sent that one out already. That's ridiculous. Yours don't come by mail, they call us. See, that would be handy. So when I got my x-ray one, for example, because I was referred to the x-rays are done at the hospital, I was referred to them through my GP. They sent a letter. They did not send it to my mum's address, which is meant to be on my hospital file to send all mail to this address, not my residential address. So they sent it here, so it eventually turned up in my box, but it bounced around my building for ages. And so when it arrived, it was like 2 days before the official appointment, and you have to ring to confirm said appointment. And I was at the point of going to ring the x-ray department and be like, where's my appointment? Because it had been a while and I knew that one was coming. And that one was a letter, but then like my eye appointments, for example, because I'm under the hospital for a number of things, all related to my AS. So I do have specialist care for my eyes because they get attacked. So I'm under the eye clinic. Then I have the x-rays and stuff. I have gynecological related because again, this is an inflammatory disease, so it goes through and attacks multiple organs and causes inflammatory issues as well as my spine. They're still trying to get me referred into orthopedics, yeah, to look at my feet because of the damage in my foot, which is a big reason why I have to use the walking frame. And then rheumatology for the spine and the disease itself, gynae, dentistry, but that's for anxiety. Yeah, so I have a lot of specialist care, which is why everything also goes back to my GP, because that's like my one hub to keep everything together, because there's so many individual specialists and they don't talk to each other. It's the frustrating part. Like, nobody talks to anyone, so everything goes back to my GP, and she just kind of manages everything as an overview thing. Like, oh, okay, this doctor's ordered this doctor's ordered this, the two of them together might indicate this, so let's get you a blood test for this. Like, yeah, healthcare is weird. Like, I'm very grateful we don't have to pay for healthcare. I mean, you do have to pay to see the doctor. There's like a surcharge or a copay, but you know, like, if I, like when I crashed the car and the ambulance had to come and they had to check me out, and then they took me back and did like a couple of tests on me and stuff like that, it's like I didn't have to pay for any of that. When I slip and fall and have to press my pendant alarm to get the medical alarm company to ring an ambulance for me, it's like all covered. So that's very nice. And then if there's an accident and I can't work for several weeks because of, you know, said accident, we have a corporation that will come in and cover 80% of the wages. It's a bit different for me because I am also on a disability benefit from the government because I can't work full time and won't be able to, so I'm on permanent disability. But yeah, it's very, like, it's good in that sense, but then, you know, like, it's still like so simple. And I know they don't, because again, I work in medical, so I see a lot of behind the scenes and what's going on, and a lot of the rules and regulations that we have, they're just really super frustrating. Yeah, there is, like, our health system, there's good parts of it when I hear the horror stories of the States, and, you know, if you don't have insurance and you end up in hospital in an accident and then suddenly you walk out with $150,000 in medical debt, and it's like, how the fudge are you ever going to pay that off? Like, that's a house loan. Like, that's just ridiculous. If you, like, just don't have insurance, and, like, that's insane to me. Basic healthcare should not be charged for. But on that same token, like, our healthcare system, for years, there's been so many issues that they have been putting off, avoiding, and a lot of it, what we do is treat the end. There's so much preventative stuff that has not been looked at or considered or funded because the system is stretched to treat the end stuff, and now we're at a point where they've been treating the end stuff for so long that there's just nothing left and everyone's in this state. So, like, you know, like, dentistry in New Zealand is very hard to get funded. Where I live, for example, I don't have any community clinics. These clinics that can be subsidized, none of my region's clinics are subsidized, which means a lot of people in my region just don't look after their teeth, me included. And then when it reaches a point where I have a massive hole, I just have to pay for an emergency extraction, which is cheaper, because to get, like, you know, your teeth regularly maintained, holes filled, cleaned, root canal, you're looking at thousands and thousands of dollars. I can get an extraction under emergency for $30. And it's like, well, I can't afford $2,000 to get my teeth repaired. So, emergency extraction, you know? It's like, if they could just fund the first part of it so that, hey, rather than funding the emergency extractions, let's fund preventative treatment. Let's fund you going to a dentist every 6 months to just have your teeth checked over. And see, for me, I am on again, the government support. So I can get government assistance to go to the dentist. However, the government assistance is for emergency extractions. It is not for anything else. So it's not preventative care, it's not maintenance, it's not anything. So yeah, we do our best. But as I've said before, I have got a significant history with my mental health. And so when my mental health goes, I stopped looking after myself, including brushing my teeth. So there was a period of my life where I was very significantly in mental distress, including multiple hospitalizations. And during that time, I did not brush my teeth. For like 5 years solid, I did not brush my teeth. And so because of that, like this whole side of my mouth, I basically have no teeth back here. I've got like one or two. But the rest of it, like, they've all had to be extracted. And I've got another one back here I can feel is developing holes. One of the few ones back here that's going to have to be extracted. And same on this side. I can feel that there's another one that's getting a hole in here, and that's going to have to be extracted. And that will remove all my back teeth, which means I won't be able to chew anything, which means I'm going to be using my front teeth to chew, which is actually not really good for them, which is how my mum lost all her front teeth, because she was in a similar situation. So I basically kind of need to put plates in there, which is what the dentist said. I was like, yeah, how much is that going to cost me? And he's like, yeah, you're looking at like $5 or $6 grand. And I'm like, yeah, not doable. So rather than funding the insertion of the plates, which would prevent my front teeth from being damaged, which would prevent further deterioration and me having to get more emergency extractions, they will fund the emergency extractions, and then I'm just going to have to damage my front teeth eventually, you know? So we can do our best. I do try my best to look after my teeth now. I'm still not great at it. Because again, I get mentally unwell. One of the first things that goes is me taking care of myself, brushing my teeth. But yeah, it's just one of those things. So it's that little loop of healthcare. And I know we're not unique in the world for that. I know a lot of places the medical system is so stretched. It is the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff rather than the hand railing at the top of the cliff. It's not a unique thing. Another example is the ambulance system. And I know this affects the UK because I actually watched a television series on it, and it was really fascinating to watch, which was a camera crew followed the UK ambulance service about the calls that they get. And they are significantly overwhelmed by the amount of emergency calls that they get for the ambulance, right? So they have to prioritize something. And so a clear example that they gave was there was this girl who was clearly going through some, like, wasn't doing well mentally, but was ringing the ambulance claiming heart attack symptoms. And like the ambulance would come check her out and be like, and she's like, no, I'm fine. It was just a joke. And then walk away. And then like an hour later, that same person would call, and she was known to the system. But while this was going on, there was an elderly gentleman who had fallen down and been waiting for 2.5 hours for an ambulance to come around and pick him up off the floor. And so they actually said to him, we were on the way to go get this guy that's been waiting 2.5 hours for somebody to come and help him up off the floor. But because you're a higher priority, because you said you were having a heart attack, we came to you. And this gentleman has now been waiting 3 hours just to get up off the floor. He's 80 years old. This is what you are doing. And it's like, that hit me because I've been in that situation. I have fallen. I have the pendant alarm that I can summon an ambulance with. Rather, I press the alarm, it connects to a monitoring centre who then rings the ambulance for me and gives them instructions on how to get into my building, where to find the emergency keys and stuff like that. But they will go through stuff with me and also connect me directly to the ambulance centre, who will be like, okay, so what's your situation? And I will be like, I'm aware I'm a low priority. I am on the floor. I'm not injured. I just literally can't mobilise to get myself up off the floor. And then I have to wait for like 2.5 hours because there's only 2 ambulances serving our region. And so, like, serving my town of like 80,000 people. There's a couple of rural ones and then there's like a couple of like first response cars, but of course I need lifting, which is a 2-person job. So I just have to lay on the floor, which of course seizes my body because I can't move, so I lock up, and then by the time they get there, it's all hell on earth to move me. But it's that same thing, because I am lowest priority, I am bumped to the back of the queue anytime there is an actual emergency, which means I legit will lie there. The first time, I think I was lying there for just over an hour. That was the time I had to ring on my phone. And then the second time, it was 2 hours, because my brothers are also connected to this pendant alarm, so they got a call from the company to say an ambulance has been summoned for Amy. And of course they're freaking out, they're trying to ring me, but I can't get my phone. This is why I have the pendant alarm, so that I fall over, I can't reach my phone to call anyone, I can press this button and somebody comes through. I should actually be wearing it now. I took it off after the shower to dry it, and it's still in the bathroom, so that's a bit naughty of me. I will get it on the ad break. Eventually, though, they did come down, or rather my youngest brother came down to check on me, but that was as the ambulance was taking me out of the building. So it's like, in future, like, if you get this, it's probably a sign that, like, I've fallen and need some help to get up, and, like, even if you can come around and just rotate my legs for me, so that I don't lock up if it is long term. Like, if I press that button, something's happened. That's why you're on there. But yeah, I mean, I've tripped over a few times and I managed to get myself up off the floor. I'm pretty good like that. If I can get myself up, I will. Or I'll catch myself on a wall or something. Because I am very unstable. I'm aware of it. But yeah, it's just the thing. It's like, this is the state of our healthcare system. I know I'm low priority when I fall, if I fall with no injury, because I've fallen, I have no injury, I just literally can't mobilize up, and this is my only option to get somebody to help me to get up, is to call the ambulance service. But, like, obviously if someone's having a heart attack or something, yeah, clearly go to them first. Like, clearly, I'm not saying don't go to them first. I'm saying there should be more ambulances out there, because what if I fall and have a broken leg that I can't, like, bleed out? I could, like, bleed out from or something. But at that same time, we have 4 people having heart attacks, and there's only 2 ambulances for 5 medical emergencies. Well, that is where they start to call in the rural ones. But they've got, like, a bit of travel time. So, yeah. And I think one time I fell and I got one in, and it was actually from Hawera, which is about an hour away. So, yeah. And in amongst all this is the poor healthcare workers that have to deal with all this. So respect your healthcare workers, not just your nurses and your doctors, your medical technicians, your phlebotomists, your ambulance drivers, the healthcare assistants. There's a lot more in healthcare than just doctors and nurses. They do a good job, but they're often well publicised for their role. It's the other roles that just don't get a lot of recognition for all they do. But yeah, this is just the constant state of healthcare in our country. For a while there with midwives, I know that there was a real issue where there was more vacancies than midwives in the country. And midwives are still a really big one as well. They're still really struggling with midwives. And goodbye. Alright, all that can wait. Whereas I'm from MB, the fire and I think cross-trained and lifts are done by fire, not ambulances. It's just less fires and ambulance calls. It's not super ideal, it's pretty good. Yeah, so fire here in Taranaki is a whole nother ball game as well. They went on strike recently, which was a big freaking deal, because there is literally one truck for the region, and they're doing like, I read a little bit about it because I've got a friend who is a volunteer firefighter, and she was explaining what was going on about the behind the scenes. So like here they have 2 trucks, but one has been sitting waiting for a part for like 9 months that won't be funded. So they've got a useless truck. They've got a truck that does work. They must have more than 1 truck, because there is 2 trucks that come here to the building. There's like a truck that's sitting there. I think it's a different type of truck to the normal fire engine. I think when she's saying truck, it's different to the engines. It's probably it. It was very confusing. But yeah, they all went on strike, and it was a big thing around the country, because it's just like they work for like minimum wage apparently. And I was like, I wasn't surprised, but also I was surprised, because it's like, dude, you're fire people, and it's like, yeah, we're starting on minimum wage and we get like such a little increase that we're not even making cost of living right now. Yeah. Exactly, BD. Yeah, the poor office people who take the brunt of it because they're on call centre. Like, also recently, so a couple of weeks ago, when I went up to the Prongia market, I was waiting for my brother to come pick me up, and I had to call the police because there was a couple of homeless people or transient people, because there is a cafe across the way from me who, all good KP, all good. Good luck with the session. Thank you for being here. It's been so good to see you again. So good. But yeah, this Koha Cafe. So it's a cafe where you go in and you pay what you want. So Koha is like a Māori concept where you just like give something in thanks. And so often, like, a lot of people will help people out, and people will say, oh, can I give you anything? And they're like, nah, just give me something for Koha, which is just like, give me a beer or maybe buy us a pizza or something like that. Like, it's just a little like, yeah, you know, a little bit of Koha's appreciated to say thank you, but don't physically pay me or necessarily, you know, something to just support, and it's what you feel is appropriate. So that's what this cafe is, which does mean that a lot of transient people live around because they can get a free meal there, which they do. And they have spaces in this cafe for going in to like unwind, a safe space to talk. They even have like services to help people and stuff like that. It's quite a good little centre. And they've just expanded as well. Like, they've taken over like a 4th shop to set up a whole new area as well. So there's a few people that hang around there. It does mean, unfortunately, that, you know, we do get people around, and they have to have security because sometimes people turn up like drunk or on drugs, and it's not great in that sense, but they're very strict about like, you know, you can't come in if you're intoxicated. Absolutely not. But yeah, so because of that, there is quite a few transient people around my place now. And most of them are really, really lovely. Like, I'm not worried at all. I will still walk around. I say hi to them. If I've got some coins, I'll give them some, or, you know, like, a lot of them are really lovely. And there's a couple of regulars that see me and they're like, hey, Zoomy, because of my walking frame. So they're really cool. There's a couple of them that are a bit more scary and a bit more aggressive, and the other ones I'm a bit more cautious about, but never had an issue. But unfortunately, there's this one that's particularly aggressive vocally, and he happened to be across the road in front of a shop with his mate. The shop was closed, but they came along and they just start banging on the window and screaming and pumping their music loud. Then they plonk themselves in front of the second doors of the shop, because they have 2 double doors, one that stays closed and one that's open. And so they plonk themselves into this little entranceway. They're playing their music, they're jamming, they're being very loud, but they're not being aggressive or anything, they're just being loud. But then the shopkeeper is trying to open his shop, and he puts stuff in front of his shop, including in this little entranceway where they're sitting. And so he's trying to get them to move so he can put the stuff out, and they're like getting more and more aggressive, being like, we ain't moving, we're in public walk space, yada yada yada, we're sitting here, we're on the public walk space, this isn't your shop front. And it gets to the point where they're like right in each other's faces, and so it's like, yeah, I better ring the police. So ring the police. I'm not the only one. There's a bunch of us on the street that are doing it. Or a bunch of us on the street that are watching. I'm on the phone to the police because a bunch of them turn to me like, you, and I'm like, yes, I'm ringing the cops. The point is that it takes me 5 minutes to get through to the cops. And it's just like, I'm there like, I'm still on hold. Like, you know, I did say that there's no physical alteration going on, but it looked like it was heading towards a physical alteration. So we did need the police. So the call centre was like putting me through, but I obviously was going through as the non-urgent, so I wasn't being picked up immediately and was bumped between an urgent again. So yeah, I did eventually get through, but by the time I got him through, someone had gone to the Koha Cafe, gotten one of the workers there who had come out, managed to diffuse the situation enough and take the guy away to go and get a free feed. Like, it had been diffused enough. The cops still came because they asked him to go and check on the shopkeeper because he looked very shaken. And they were still technically around. So the cops did come and check it out. And at that point, I had to take off and head off to the markets. But yeah, it was just the whole like... This is a long time to try and get the police, and if I was being stabbed right now, I don't really want to be on hold. Yeah. So yeah, it's just everywhere. I'm just noticing it more and more. It's like, wow, this is the state. Okay, cool. But yeah, New Zealand's still a beautiful country to live in, and I fully encourage it. Just, you know, not every country's perfect. Every country has their problems. No matter where you live in the world, there will always be problems. So, I don't think walnut brown is actually the right colour there. I think I want dark sepia. This is actually a bit darker than I want, but it's got that grey tone that I want as well. So we're just going to work really, really lightly, and we're just going to darken some of these areas. Sandwich! Hello! Welcome back! How was the ramen hunt? Did you succeed? Do you have the good nudes? All the good nudes and some boba. Yum. Good choice. Good choice. I nearly brought a boba yesterday, but then I was like, hang on, no. I think I still have to pay a bill. That's right. So, yeah. No boba. That's all good. So delicious, though. I haven't actually had it in a long time. I ducked out of there because Hamilton on Friday morning is like full of people who's not savoury. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, the transient people can be, if it's that, but also these other, it's sometimes around here on like a Friday night, it can get pretty bad as well. Because of course, centre of town, so I'm around a lot of the pubs and stuff as well, and you get like all the drunken idiots. But also there's enough security around as well, so I don't understand the concept of like going and getting wasted in town. For a start, it's freaking expensive now. So expensive to get a beer at a pub. It's Hamilton, New Zealand's dum-dum place. We're speaking so positively of this country. But yes, now that Sandwich is back, we're actually about to head into an ad break. Oh my goodness, let me see if I can snooze this just in time. There we go. Perfect. So, we are due for the next ad break, so we'll get that running in just a second. We're just going to finish this little section, and then we're going to get this ad break started. I do need to pop back to the bathroom, so that's actually really good timing. But yes, we will take a good little break. Make sure you stretch, hydrate, grab a snack, whatever you need to do. They will run for 3 minutes. We do run them every hour just to get rid of the dreaded pre-rolls, but mostly as the hourly reminder for me to stop and take my break. Yes, tradition. Yes, you entered into chat and we head into an ad break. Oh yes, my pendant alarm. Thank you for reminding me, BD. It's in the bathroom, so I'll get that at the same time. I think I need to order ramen. Heck yes, everybody get ramen. Ramen's so good. But yes, we're going to get this ad break started, and I will see you all in 3 minutes. I'm going to move you to the break screen as well. All right. Drop my phone immediately, and we should be back from the ads. Thank you so much for doing that. I really did need to go back to the bathroom there, so much appreciated. And we managed to get a good stretch, and I did indeed grab my pendant alarm. So, might not always see it, but generally I try to wear it or have it nearby. I should be wearing it more often. I'm kind of bad for not always wearing it, but also the chain is really awful. It is a stainless steel chain, so it doesn't irritate me. It's just, I don't like the feeling of chain on my neck. A lot of my necklaces are actually on cord. I feel like chain kind of catches like little bits of hair and stuff like that. So if I've got my hair in a bun, it's not so bad. But like having my hair down for stream today, I don't know why, I just felt like having hair down and wearing a beanie. Just felt like a beanie day, you know? But yeah, it can like catch in the back, and I don't like that. But yeah, just sitting under there, and then something happens, you just press a button. It's a granny alarm. Again, there's a reason why we call ourselves the granny squad. Because the joke was made that I do like, you know, my crochet blankies, my cup of tea. But then I really did start developing into a grandma with my Zimmer frame and my pendant alarms. So it's fine. We embrace the grandma. Yeah. And even like the little micro fine hairs on your skin and stuff like that, when it catches in those. Oh, yeah. Not a fan of chain. But yeah, it's got like a really weird, like tiny little loop in here. Like, I have the tools to pull apart the jump ring and pull the chain out and actually replace it with something else as well. So I probably should do that at some point, and get some more cord off my mum and be like, yo. And then I can just, like, put the pendant alarm on that. Yeah. Yeah. There's certain types of chain which I feel don't catch here as much. My mum has like this snake type chain that just, it looks like a solid piece of metal. That one I feel like doesn't catch as much as well, so I quite like that one. But that's probably too thick to go through the tiny holes. Alright, so there is the start of our Houston. We may end up going back in and like darkening areas, especially as we do more of the page and the color balance becomes more clearer. But now we need to do his face. Now, I'm not the best at dogs. I'm not a dog person, so I don't know a lot about dogs. I think you're a pug dog, aren't you? Let's look at some images, because I know I want to kind of do a chocolate. Yeah, so that kind of looks like a pug dog. It's kind of the colorway I want to do too, actually. We kind of just got the perfect image to begin with. Yeah, no, it just kind of works. I think we'll just use that. Like, it's got those, it's got a few lighter tones than I imagined, but also it's got those darker tones in it. It could be a Boston Terrier or like a Rotty pup. Yeah, it could be, but also this kind of just works. Like the colorway and also the pose. This gives me a lot. Like, only the ears aren't quite as extended as the image. We'll have a look at Rotty pups. I have to admit that those are... Oh, that's cute too. Yeah, see, I feel like that's still the smushed nose of a pug, though. Yeah, where is Ryder? Ryder, we summon you. Help us with the dogs. Yeah, see, the ears don't seem right for a Boston Terrier. Like, the ears are a lot more pointy and triangle and upright. I think pug is still the closest that we've gotten. Because it's this nose bit here. This really looks like the top fold, like the image that a lot of the dogs have. But it's also good to note, because I was going to do inside the ears a light pink. And if I look at the images, they actually have really dark ears, even on the inside. Oh, look at the baby. So cute. It's actually just a figurine. God, I need to clean my phone. It's so gross. Full of fingerprints. It's just well used. Ah, there we go. There's a really dark one as well. It's probably verging more too dark, like too black. I want like a chocolatey brown, really. Let's search a brown pug dog. Baby. Baby, baby, baby. Yeah, see, that's sort of the colorway that I was thinking. Is that sort of rich chocolatey brown. I think that would contrast really well, but also tie in the tree a little bit. And help bring your eye around with that. Can't quite find the perfect pose like I did with the other one. Sorry, I know this is kind of boring, but it's really going to help me long term. If I can get something to help me figure this out, because dogs are not my specialty. Okay, that could kind of work. Look at the little cutie. That's close enough. Like, that will work. It gives me a few options. The lighting's not correct on it, but at least helps me with the tone. I can figure it out from there as well. Particularly with the other one I found. We will figure it out. Alright. 2 seconds, because I've just had a bunch of my blood tests come back in, which will probably be all the normal ones, but it'll be good to see what we're waiting on. Yeah, Billy Rubin's always weird. Yeah, sugar's still fantastic. High stable. Okay, that's something. Where's my TSH? That will really let us know if there's something going on. I only did TSH. You didn't do any of the expanded TSH, the fire rate test. Cool. Alright. Alright, sorry about that. Ooh. Cool. So, definitely going to need some black and some dark sepia. Most of our colours are going to be in the middle here. The walnut, burnt umber. Did I pull out? I wonder if I can do it with just these so I don't have to pull out another brown. I think I could. And then I actually, it might sound a bit weird, but I want a little bit of peach. Whoop, you've been pulled off something. Something's lost its double up indicator. I'm guessing it's you, because I know you've got a backup. The only problem with this blue glitter tape is it does not adhere down. And it's so frustrating. Alright. Let's start on the darks. Because I always work dark to light. So, main light source here, a little bit on the side. We're going to have all this ear be in deep shadow. So you're going to have a bit of shadow. And then same thing here, you'd also be in shadow. Do do. You'd be in a bit of shadow. There's a very clear ring of light around the eyes. We'll avoid that. It's fun with all the creases. Right, so we have, oh, this is going to be interesting. Okay, so we need to do like an expanded lip with a little bit more shadow that can be faded out. Then we need a really sharp area of the lip where there's no shadow, and then that's in shadow. And then that little area in here is actually our light where we pull in the peach. Whew. Sorry, I've still got quite a few stomach cramps going on. Alright, and shadow here. Alright, so nice big crease around the nose to indicate that fold over. I should actually, well no, I can't really guarantee what's going to come up, so probably shouldn't have my phone really on screen. This is why I would like to be able to have better options about displaying stuff on screen as well. We have a bigger patch there, and up to here, just minimal. Mm-hmm. A little bit under the nose. Sorry, concentration mode activated apparently. Alright. I think that places most of our major shadows. For the face anyway. And then we just got the paws, which is pretty straightforward. And the feet. Again, pretty straightforward. Which is technically still the paws. He's going to be so cute. We love Houston. Houston is cute. So I was thinking, because, like, in the first story, like, Houston's the town sheriff, right? But kind of, like, part of the thing of Gregory taking over is because Houston isn't, like, the greatest town sheriff. Because there's never been anything major that's ever happened in lore. So, like, he hasn't really had to do a lot. Because, again, he's that small town country sheriff that is kind of like a little bit of, the little bumbling idiot comedy relief type situation. So I think in like the second story, something needs to happen where Houston has that redeeming moment, because like Huxley has a little bit of a moment in proving himself with identifying the poisoned food. So Huxley is kind of like, you know, at least shows some knowledge with the food. But then we have Houston who's like, you know, it's not him that discovers what's going on, it's Gregory. Like, Gregory's our hero, so what's the point of Houston? So, something in the second story is Houston has to do something quite heroic, I reckon, just to give Houston, like, that little bit of, like, something. So when they come back, it's like, they've changed, and everyone's like, yeah, he's, like, maybe not the greatest town sheriff, but he's still a great person. But again, he's also like never had to do anything in this town. That bit of, oh, okay, he's relevant. Exactly. It's like that question of why have we brought him along? Like, what's his point? But he needs a point. You know, he needs that moment in the story of the heroics. And so part of me thinks that it's like, obviously in the second story, the big battle is going to eventually be that they have to fight off the Eldritch horror that's overtaking Mordecai, and somehow release Mordecai. So maybe something related to that. The other thing, because again, I've been thinking about this a lot. I've been itching to get back to this page. Like, I really have been itching to get back to it. The other thing that I was thinking is like, because right now it feels very much like the other side is evil and this side is good. And I want to differentiate that that's not the case. Like, you know, there's good and evil on both sides. So the other thing as well is maybe they find Houston's other side, who's actually a competent sheriff or something, is the good sheriff. And maybe that helps him gain his confidence because he can see what he can be with just a little bit of application of his work. Or maybe there's like an additional character that's brought through from this side that's actually evil, and they find the counterpart on the other side it's good. Maybe we find secrets about Murphy, and Murphy wasn't actually that good as a mayor, and we find Murphy's counterpart on the other side who is actually a good mayor. I don't know, something along those lines. Like, I feel like that kind of needs to be explored. But yeah, something needs to happen where Houston has that moment. And then, because we've still got to deal with the magic, I feel like the magic would be the third tale. Like, something in book 2 would set up for book 3 and investigating the Council of Magicians. Because it's a lot of concepts to explore. Like, we've got this parallel universe already that we're investigating, and then we also have to somehow tie in magic. Like, the magic can keep on happening. And maybe it's an opening to the other side and seeing a world where everybody has magic. Maybe everybody has a connection to magic in the other side. And then they have to, like, seek out the Council of the Magicians or something in the third one. They're like, so why are you limiting magic and lore? Like, our lore. Why is our lore not being allowed to have magic? He is like a Lestrade to Sherlock kind of character. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, so he is part of the comic relief. Like, these two are the buddy cops, basically. They are your comic relief couple. Except they're BFFs, so they're not actually the couple. And then, but also, again, it's small town. He's never really had to do anything sheriffy related, like maybe a speeding ticket or a littering citation, but most of his role is really just there and just hanging out at Huxley's diner, eating food and hanging out and stuff like that. Like, he's there, but he's never really had to do anything. So he's never really had to prove himself as sheriff. And so when I feel like he's probably the one that leads the charge initially against Farah, because it's like, clearly it's Farah and yada yada, and then gets proven wrong because it's not Farah. Because he didn't even look at the evidence of the fact that the wound was done post-mortem. Like, he's the sheriff, he should have picked up on that, or at least had some indication. And it's Mary, the doctor, who figures this out and is like, no, you're wrong. So he kind of needs to have like a redemption arc. Need to keep zoning out sickness again to my brain a bit. Oh no, if you need to go and nap or rest, please do, Vi. Please look after yourself. It's very important that you go and look after yourself. It's quite alright. I know I'm a good chill stream to zone out to. And honestly, if you get the rest, I am very happy. So maybe that's what, like, Houston discovers in book 2, is that his other side counterpart has access to magic and isn't the town sheriff, but is some sort of great wizard or something. And he's like, well, can I be that or something? That could be quite fun, and that will give us a tie into book 3 of, like, Houston now wants to learn magic. Like, maybe his thing is recognizing that he's not actually a great sheriff, but then, you know, it's also just opportunity. He hasn't really had to be a sheriff before. He is the sheriff, but he hasn't really had to do anything before. But then as they have uncovered all these things going on in their town, it's questions of like, well, why didn't the sheriff recognize, you know, that all these murders were going on, this plotting was going on, this subterfuge, this infiltration? Like, how did the sheriff not know? I know, I am enjoying resting here, enjoying sitting here and feeling the sun come through my window. Oh, yes. Something about that warm sun when you're not feeling well is so refreshing and good. Yeah, sickness isn't fun. Says the person who's generally always sick in one form or another. It's really not. Now they have quite short fur, so I think we can actually go a little smoother than I normally would for fur, because they have a very short hair and it makes it look quite smooth. So there can be little lines, but it can also be blended a bit smoother than I would normally do for hair. For animal fur, rather. Oh, excuse me. Oh, help relieve the pressure a little bit. Oh. Excuse me. Oh, tell you, I feel like so relaxed and ready to go into nap state. I'm moving into that happy zone where I'm just like getting what I need to relax and calm down, and it's like nap time. Another reason why it's hard for me to colour for a long time sometimes, because it can very easily move me into a place. It makes me very happy, and it's just like start zoning out myself, and it's like, hang on, you're meant to be streaming here. You're meant to be entertaining. It's like, yeah, let me have my zone out in peace. But I do. It really, like, colouring really is my chill the brain activity. It really just puts me into this state, even when everything's getting all swirly. So, which is wonderful. It makes it really great, but also really makes you zone out when you're colouring sometimes. Which isn't an issue. It's just an issue when you're streaming it. Oh, pardon me. Oh, it's helping with the pressure down there and the pain, which is nice. Probably need some quickies, but I think I'm actually completely out of quickies. No, I feel like I do have a roll somewhere. Actually, I know where it would be if I do have some. Oh, there goes my phone again. God, I hate these things. It's also for what they symbolize, because my dad lived on these things. And it was like, anytime you felt unwell, he's like, you want a quickies? It's like, I've got a headache. Do you want a quickies? It's very much, if you've seen My Big Fat Greek Wedding, where the dad is very much like Windex solves everything. It's very much like quickies solve everything. And they're just gross, but when your stomach is being attacked and the lining is inflamed, they do work. That is so gross. It's the texture of them. It's the fact you're eating chalk. I hate them. I hate them. I usually have the chewy ones. But also I eat way too many of the chewy ones, so I'm like, well, if I get these, I'll use them when I really need to. Oh, I hate them. I hate that texture. But I'm not a fan of like, even like chalk pastels. Not that you eat chalk pastels. Do not eat your chalk pastels. But like colouring with chalk pastels, I hate that texture. I hate that texture. I'm learning that there's certain textures I absolutely cannot stand. And gritty, like gritty dirty is one of them. It's the only way I can describe it. Gritty Dirty is a texture I really do not like to touch. Because we were talking about this with the Selena Fennick colouring books, which I did end up pulling out and flicking through after BDR discussion with the paper and how you tackled it. And I had a quick look through because I was seeing if there was anything that I felt I could do for Halloween. And there were a few. They're not necessarily Halloween, but there's a few in there that I definitely want to tackle. But yeah, I didn't get to any. A, I still need to cover the books. But B, one of the issues I've had with colouring the last couple of days is because I've had so many pencils. Well, that's a lot of light change. Sorry. I've had so many pencils pulled out for this page. I can't use my Polychromos pencils at the moment because I've got a set selection out. And I could have just written it out so I had like a clear list of what is for this page. So I could keep using it for other pages. But the brain was just like, yeah, no, we can't process this right now. So a lot of what I wanted to colour since the last stream was mostly this page. Like, I've been itching to get back to this page. But it was also like, what can I colour that does not use polys right now? Which isn't a lot, because a lot of what I wanted to colour needed the polys. So I didn't do a lot of colouring the last couple of days. Which has just made me hanker even more to colour this page. I'm like, I just want to get back to this page. And that's why last night, when I had an impromptu night free because D&D got cancelled, it's like, oh, I could stream and I could keep working on the page. But then I actually legit felt so exhausted and tired. I was like, yeah, no, you need to go to bed. You cannot stream. You are exhausted. Maybe if D&D got cancelled earlier and I could have taken a proper nap. Like, I did take a massive sleep, but I could have, like, taken a micro nap after work to get me refreshed for a night stream. Because, yeah, sometimes I finish work at 6:30 and then I'll go and have a nap till 7 and then I'm good to go. Instead, I went to bed at 7:30 and fell asleep until, like, 11. I think Burnt Umber is another pencil I might need to replace soon because I use this one a lot. Surprisingly, I need to replace a lot of my browns. Like, I always thought with my colouring that I would use, like, the pinks and the purples and the blues the most. And admittedly, I do. A lot of my backup pencils, I have got a lot of pink, purple and blue and a lot of grey. And then skin tones as well. But I actually use a surprising amount of brown. I do like the colour though. It is exactly what I envisioned. Like a rich, dark, chocolatey brown with a bit of warmth. I do like it. You're swinging up with another creature that I like the look of. Now, we also have an interesting conundrum with the cup he's holding. Because everyone else, every other cup on this table has a pattern. So clearly that's all for the pumpkin punch bowl. But what is he drinking? Because nobody else has that cup. I could make it clear as well. Like, clear it's a different cup. But I could also make it clear. And so everyone else has the patterned party cups. And he's drinking something else. He's on that good milk. That good pumpkin juice. He snuck it in? Yeah. That's what I'm kind of thinking. Like, is this why he's a bad? Is that kind of too tropey and too cliche? That, like, not necessarily an alcoholic. They're animals. Like, but, you know, maybe a little milk obsessed? Which would also explain why the diner is one of his, why Huxley the diner owner is one of his friends. Maybe he's just like really into milk and cookies, you know. I know. I mean, we've got animals murdering each other in this picture. I shouldn't really be like, yeah, alcohol's going too far. The animals can murder each other, but alcohol? Is there something like, you know, cats have catnip? Is there something like that for dogs? I don't know enough about dogs to know for certain. I've never actually had a dog. Growing up, we always had cats. I actually am... So, little dogs, I don't mind so much, but big dogs, I'm actually really terrified of. Because I can be okay with them. I'm getting better at them. And it's mostly because I've been making myself get better with them. Because the big dogs, there's quite a few of them when I used to go walking that would just jump up on me. Like, they're being friendly. But now if a big dog jumped up on me, I would lose balance. And it's terrifying. So big dogs can be a little scary to me. At least little dogs are like little. But like, I'm getting better. Like, when we went to Prongia, we stopped at a cafe and there was this greyhound that was tied up outside. He was clearly an older greyhound and he was just chilling there. I was like, no, we're going to make ourselves do it. So I like put my hand out and let him sniff my hand and give him time to get used to my hand. And then I gave him a few scratches and it was really good. It was really good. It was like, see, it's not that scary, but it's still something I'm working on. I can excuse murder, but I draw the line at alcohol use. We should probably quote that. Also, hi Smalt. Hello, lovely. How are you going today? I think this is how I do it via command. Do. Let's find out. Yeah! Oh, no. That's right. I don't think you can pull up individual ones. That's right. That one's still in the quote. We should probably get rid of that one. Because we've got the command for it now. Nah, it just brings up random quotes. How are you, Small? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Getting ready for Critical Role, I imagine. Or it's not the end of the month. I still have not caught up on any of it since our last conversation. Oh, but how are you going today, lovely? Alright, so let's start shading around the eyes, and then I'm going to grab that light peach again. We're actually going to work a little bit of this around the eyes too, because this is where it's the thinnest and the lightest. I'm going to work a bit more of that around the mouth. I kind of need to bring that top lip peach down a bit. I'll just use it to sort of shade out a little. I'm okay. I am not caught up on C3 and have an early morning tomorrow, so I should try to sleep. Yes. It'll still be there. Like, don't make yourself sick or, you know, extra tired or anything just for the show, especially because it's, like, always available. But I also understand the joy of watching it live. I do miss that. I'm so far behind, though. Oh, one day. Again, I still feel very burnt out on TTRPGs right now. One day I'll find that spark again. Okay, that quick ease has helped a lot. My stomach's no longer trying to murder me. And feel like it's being stabbed with knives, which is quite nice. Now I might actually be able to have some caffeine and make myself feel awake. How you know Amy's not feeling well? We're 3 hours into stream and I've had that much energy drink. I've usually completed a whole can by now. I'm doing alright though. It's just something that has happened in the last flare up that now happens every once in a while is the inflammatory disease will also attack my stomach lining now. So every once in a while I just get really sharp pains in my stomach. But it's easy to solve because I just have some quickies and it just settles down that inflammation a bit. So yeah, tummy knives. And I know it's that one because that's where like the IBS inflammation, it's only if you, like if I drink water, it's fine. But if I drink water when this is going on and the lining is inflamed, then even water feels like knives in my stomach. And it's like, yep, it's cookies time. It's not fun. Not fun at all. But at least it's easily treatable. And it's treatable with something over the counter and I can just take care of it myself and I don't have to go to a specialist or a doctor or anything. It's just like, boom, done, fix. Until the next one. That's okay. Oh, I do like how little Houston is turning out. Definitely managed to get that chocolatey brown that I was after. I hope you're getting the right colour scheme. We're getting all sorts of blown out lights now. Yeah, we're really blown out again. Hold up. Let me just reset all my cameras. Everything's going to go blurry for a second. Bear with me. Wow, you're really freaking out at the moment. Focus, please. Oh, all right, up you go. Does that help you? There we go. Just a little too close for its liking. Okay. There we go. Now it's not so blown out. Although watch it blow out as soon as I put my gloved hands in there. A little bit. Not as badly. Okay. Tummy knives are not fun. No. I give myself tummy knives with dairy. Yeah. I give myself intestinal knives with dairy. That's why we try not to drink it. So this page we are working on is a double page spread by Kanoko Egusa, who I absolutely adore, as you know. This is from the Symphony of Cute Animals book. And it's this gorgeous Halloween party spread. But then the chat and I have been creating like a little lore about what's been going on with all these different characters in here, which is where the title Murphy's Law comes from. And it all started with a joke with the cat about his name should be Murphy because he's holding a broom and it's always Murphy's Law. When you clean something, you need to clean it again. And from there, we ended up developing a whole world. So this is the town of Lore, a small little town in the middle of nowhere filled with adorable animals who are all gathering for like the Autumn's Eve festival, Halloween festival, you know, an annual party put on by Sir Bobbington III, the mysterious benefactor of the town that no one really knows what he does, but he's rich and got money and throws an awesome party. So everyone's like, hey, he's cool. And our story starts centralizing around Mordecai and Gregory, our couple. They own together the local greengrocer's store. And Gregory and Mordecai, they've been having some issues. Gregory, he's been out on the road traveling because he buys the merchandise for the store, and then Mordecai, he sells them in the store. And Gregory has been taking a bit of a longer trip this time because they've been having some issues. Because Mordecai's a bit different. Something's happened and Mordecai's going a bit weird. But he knows that he loves Mordecai, and so he's come back to town, and of course it's the annual party that he has to come back for. So he's here at the party with Mordecai, and they're trying to fix their relationship. At the party as well, we have a bunch of other characters, which we'll get to as we get to them in the story. But basically, at this party, Murphy is found dead. He is found bludgeoned to death with one of the little bat hammers sticking out of his head. And so Gregory and Mordecai take it upon themselves to solve this mystery because Houston, the town sheriff, who is here at the party, is like, no, it was Farah. It has to be Farah because Farah has been holding one of the lollipops. But also Farah, she's odd. She's a town librarian, and she's always talking about ghosts and spirits and like creatures on the other side and darkness and how we're not alone. And everyone's like, yeah, she's weird. And Houston is supported by his BFF Huxley, who is the diner owner. So they go to investigate to look for evidence, and they find a bunch of letters between Sir Bobbington III and Farah, talking about like an illicit love relationship, and in them, you know, Sir Bobbington's saying, you know, oh, Murphy is the problem. Murphy's the one that's stopping this. Murphy's stopping us being together. Murphy's stopping me purchase his land. He's the one that's stopping this. Everyone's like, motivation. But then they find another letter from Sir Bobbington to a mysterious person that they don't really know, saying, no, I'm not in a relationship with Farah. I'm just using her to get what I want. She's from a different class of animals. She's like too wild for me. No, we're not together. So everyone's like, this is getting weird. And they're not really sure what to make of it. So they turn to the sisters, Winifred and Mary. Winifred is the town doctor. Mary is the town pharmacist. And so they're like, hey, this is what we found. Winifred comes and looks at the body and goes, no, this, you know, poor Murphy was not bludgeoned to death. This is done post-mortem. Murphy died some other way, and with the help of her sister and the magic that they have, because apparently there's magic in this world and no one really knows about it, they managed to deduce that Murphy was poisoned. Then Huxley, with his food knowledge, actually identifies what piece of food it was that poisoned Murphy, and of course the food was made by Sadie. Sadie is Sir Bobbington III's loyal housemaid, who has been by his side through all of this. And then, of course, big explosion, battle, yada, yada, yada. And along the way, they discover that Sadie and Sir Bobbington III are not actually from this plane, because there's multiple planes of existence. And so they're from another lore, which they dubbed the other side. And they have come through the portal on Murphy's land to start implementing this side. And they've gotten rid of this side's Sir Bobbington III and Sadie, so that they can overtake their role. And so that about Mordecai turning and being weird at the moment. Yeah, turns out he's being influenced by an eldritch horror from the other side. Farah being all weird and speaking about ghosts and, you know, creatures and stuff. She wasn't weird, she was right. There is more to this universe. So, you know, big battle, plot, devices, yada, yada, yada. These two escape. And then we get on to book 2. in which they have to travel to the other side to stop Sir Bobbington and Sadie and stop the eldritch horror that's overtaking them. And so what we've been discussing today is Because Houston, he's kind of like, he doesn't solve the mystery in the first one. He's like your small town sheriff that's never really had to deal with anything sheriff related. He's got the title, but he doesn't really do the job. So we're just talking about how in the second one, he needs to find his purpose. He needs to, like, there's got to be a point to having Houston around. They will, of course, find original Murphy as well. And then there needs to be some clear differentiation. Something to indicate that, like, it's not necessarily the other side is bad and this side is good. Like, there's evil people on this side and there's good people on the other side. So we also have to explore that concept. And then, of course, there's also the magic, which we were going to follow up in the story. But then I'm like, that kind of could be its own thing. So book 3 would talk about the magic of the law and, like, the Council of Magicians that is kind of keeping magic subsidized. So we're talking about how on the other side, maybe magic isn't restrained there. Magic is, like, freeform. Everyone has magic there. So why have only Winifred and Mary got magic on this side? Yeah, it's turned into a whole thing. And then that also means that anyone that colors this page, their version of lore is just a parallel universe, which immediately I'm like, yeah, the plot money's got me good. Got me in chat good. Like, chat helped me with all this. This has been like, we've just been developing stuff the whole time. This is all chat. And it all started with Sandwich making the joke about Murphy's Law. And we just devolved from there. And I love it. I love it so much. So yeah, we're just working on Houston right now. And just kind of working out, like, you know, like the joke was he's Houston, which can be shortened to Huey, which can be shortened to Hugh, which is just shortened to huh? Which is to do with his pose. But yeah, an idea that that I had before that I suggested was that when they go through to the other side and they meet the other side, Houston, because, like, if magic is untapped there, the other side Houston is, like, epically cool, like, really skilled, like a high skilled magician or something. Like, he's got skills and he's powerful and he's everything that this Houston wants to be, who could probably lead the push then to try and figure out why magic is capped on their side and why they can't have magic too, because he's like, I want to be that Houston. Considered others of Murphy's Law. Explain. My brain no comprehend. Like, Murphy's Law is just the inevitable, isn't it? I should look up the actual meaning of Murphy's Law. We should actually look at Murphy's Law, because we're kind of using a colloquialism. Murphy's Law is an adage or epigram that states anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Yeah. Nature always sides with the hidden flaw. Ooh, see, that's cool. Nature always sides with the hidden flaw is a freaking cool concept to explore, actually. Is expanded to anything that can happen will happen. Yeah. So maybe there's something about that's why magic has to be restrained, because anything that can happen will happen, and if anything can happen in original lore, then something's going to happen that the Council of Magicians, can't let happen in this lore. But in the other laws, it's not such an issue because it's a different plane. So something in this universe has to be stopped. And that's why, that gives why Sir Bobbington and Sadie came through to this universe. Like, if you drop a tool while working on a car, it will land in the exact middle, which is hardest place to reach. Yeah. Or if you drop your phone, you're going to drop it on the corner and immediately crack it. It does give it a bit of an expansion, though, if we think about the concept of, like, anything that can happen will happen is Murphy's Law. And then it comes to the question of, did Murphy know that this was going on as mayor? Did Murphy have knowledge of all these planes? Is Murphy actually aware of the portal on his land? Like, we did like talk about possibly like Murphy didn't know, but actually maybe Murphy did know. Maybe Murphy is more connected than we think. Bud! Hello, lovely. How are you going? I am so excited for Armageddon and getting to see you. I haven't actually booked my Armageddon ticket. I've only just booked the bus ticket, but we're halfway there. After I screwed up booking the ticket initially and booked for the wrong dates and then had to scramble and pay extra money to rebook the tickets for the correct date. Ugh. First time I've done that. Oh, is Murphy aware that things will happen, or does he know what will happen? Yeah, so that's the question. How much does Murphy know? You know, is that why Murphy allowed himself to get murdered? Is he actually murdered? Is this even this realm's Murphy? Have they all been bouncing between one? Maybe there's only one Murphy. Although we did say in book 2 they would find the other side Murphy, which would be a good way to give the context of like what Murphy did and didn't know, maybe. Oh my gosh. In true stream tradition, FUD has turned up. It's time for an ad break. Every time someone new arrives, it's ad break time. But yes, it is time to run this ad. We are going to run this. We do run this every hour to give me the chance to stretch. I definitely need to stretch. I can feel I need to stretch. So we're going to stretch. We're going to get this ad break running. You expect no less? I'm so glad. So thank you to everyone who's going to Adland for us while we do the stretches. Make sure you get yourself, your meds, your drink, snack, whatever you need, and do a stretch yourself. I'll see you all in 3 minutes. Oh, stretch. Ooh. Talk about Murphy's Law. You arrive into stream and it's ad break time. Oh. Excuse me. Oh. Hopefully everyone's doing okay out there. For those that get the secret behind the scenes. Oh. Take this opportunity to have a quick catch up of the messages. I missed all of this. Okay, I'll have to look at all that later. But good to know. Ooh. Okay. Ooh. Alright, get ourselves in a better position so we're good to go. I just realised as well, I've completely missed doing his feet while I've been working on the face. Adding more details to the face. We have about 30 seconds remaining in ads. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom. Welcome back. Thank you to everyone who went to Adland for us. Much appreciated. I got my stretches in. My back feels nice and loose and limber now. And then I realised that I missed all of Houston's feet down here. So we're just going to work on his feet now because I missed all that. And then I think his side of his face needs a little bit more work as well. So yeah, we're just building up our tones. Stretch is good. They really are. They really are good. They really do make it a lot easier and a lot better on my back. So I do appreciate you all for letting me do my stretches. Alright, so I think, no, that's too yellow. I think we use Bistro. Bistro. No idea. Reminds me of Rolly, the toilet paper mascot dog. Yes. My youngest brother actually had a giant pug dog plushie when he was younger. And now his daughter has it. And it's huge. It's so good. It's so cute to see as well. I think it's still the mascot for Purex, isn't it? I feel like it's still the mascot. I don't know. And it's such a cute dog, though. I hope it is. Should probably be in a pencil extender for this. Gosh, I can't believe we've spent like 3 hours just on Houston, but it's good. It's good. I remember seeing the small size plushies appearing not too long ago. Oh, okay. There you go. Because I do remember you used to be able to like win the plushies, or you could like, you know, one of those like collect this number of barcodes and you can win, or something like that. And then in certain places you could buy the plushies as well. Trip down memory lane. Alright, let's darken some areas, and let's also extend this pencil so life is a lot easier. Oh, Fud, that's what I was going to ask you as well, since you're here and you're a mod and can do this. Do you want to shout out Whoop, since Whoop has started streaming, so we can all go and follow and be there for the next stream? So long as you don't think Whoop would mind a sudden invasion. I always forget to do shout out, so honestly, mods, at any point if anyone comes in that you think deserves a shout out, you just shout them out. I always forget to do shout outs. I'm so bad at it. I mean, it's only just recently that I've managed to be able to get my keyboard even up here to type stuff, so. Oh. Such a good streamer. Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's popped in here a few times, so he's always welcome to. I think I've got a few more left on the G Squad notifications before I have to start paying for it, so I'll have to figure out something else there, because it's, I think it's capped at 25, so when it's capped, it's going to be a bit more like, what do I do now with this string cord that I'm using? But if I can find another application that can do it, then it's easier. Yeah, no, that's valid. Like, it definitely is important to make sure that you like it and you're comfortable with it before you start committing to do it a lot as well, because like, it is enjoyable, but it does require some setup, and testing's always good. And I went into a stream this morning of somebody that I recently followed that's semi-new to, not semi-new, but newer, and they like a simple thing like their sound, they had their music blowing up way too loud and I couldn't even hear them talking, so I had to actually put in there, hey, I don't know if you're actually talking to me because the music is so loud. It's just those little things where it's quite handy to have that extra person in chat to confirm, like, yeah, you're coming through clear, you've got the non-buffer and all this sort of stuff. So there we go, thank you. So we've been in here a couple of times and just starting to stream. Wonderful artist. Very excited to see. Yeah. Makes a difference. Makes a difference. But also the thing is too, like, it's still very good. So the first time that I went live on Twitch, PB was my tester. I went live and she was there and she was like, yep, you need to turn this up, you need to do this. Because it does help for that very first time. So now before I go live, one of the first things I do is I do a test record with the settings I'm going for live, and I just check all my volumes that way to see what's being outputted, to make sure my volumes are all good and I haven't got things on that shouldn't be on and stuff like that. Still not 100% balanced, but it's pretty good. Yeah. Going back to working on my jewelry? Hell yeah. Good luck, Sandwich. Go be productive. Enjoy. But yeah, definitely makes a difference to have somebody there for the very first one to be like, yeah, you're a little quiet, or you're a little loud, or this or this. It doesn't, the thing is though, don't let it like put you off, because people are really good about like if you're like, I don't know how to do this, someone will be like, this is how you do it. It's what I've found. And it's like, I'm always willing to say, oh yeah, no, that's easy. You just do this. And then also, if I don't know how to do something, these amazing people around who are like, yeah, no, this is how you do it. Like Vi explaining StreamerBot, and Sammy, she helped me this morning with the captions extension for OBS. GitHub is a weird site. I've never been on it because, you know, I don't have a reason to go on there. I'm not a programmer. It's a weird site, but it was good. I got whatever it was I needed to install and got that all working. So we now don't have to have Chrome open at all, which is wonderful and saving my computer a lot of CPU right now. Exactly. Yeah, and I mean, shout out, you know, me and Sammy will do our best to, I say that, I shouldn't really speak for Sammy, but I'm sure she would. You know, we'll do our best to help. These amazing people around. Stir will obviously, like, I'm pretty sure you could ask a few questions there as well. There's enough people around. But also, it's just a good thing to, like, go into streams and just see how other streamers do it and see what you like and what works for what you think you want in a stream. I'm not saying copy directly, but be inspired by it. Like I said when I was in Stir's stream recently, that and seeing the fireball spell, and I was like, damn, that's cool. I like that concept, but I obviously wouldn't do a fireball, but I would love to be able to have it so you guys can glitter bomb the artwork, or me when I'm full screen. So I've been looking into how to do that. So that'll be really fun. So you can like literally throw glitter at a page. So yeah, apparently it's not too hard. I've just got to find the actual... I've got to find the little, like, clip that needs to play. Whew. Oh god, we have to have another one of these things. Ugh. I hate quickies. Come here, awful things. Ugh. Oh, it's so gross. So gross. Ugh. I really hate quickies. My caption pulls it up as I really hate cookies. No, cookies are delicious. Quickies, on the other hand, are horrible. No. That's all good. I fully understand needing to take a nap as well. Fully. But of course, anytime. anytime. Honestly, it's so hard to get yourself out there these days. So it's like, be supportive, be encouraging, shout people out. Like I said, I'm really bad at doing it, but you know, it's hard to get your name out there in the cacophony of noise on the internet. So the least I can do is try to help you get your voice out there. Like, you know, I can't afford to like buy everything from everyone and support them in all their endeavors and, you know, crafts and arts commissions and all that cool stuff. Can't even afford to sub, but I can like shout people out and encourage them and tell them how awesome they are, and, you know, try to be supportive in the free ways. It makes a difference. So like I said, I'm just really bad at remembering to do the shout out command. I'm bad at pulling up half my commands. There's so many commands in there. Yeah. It's a lot of the streams I hang out with have that same sort of vibe where it is about uplifting the community and, you know, having that space of positivity and encouragement, and I really enjoy it. Like I said, one of the things I really do want to try and work out how I can manage is a community art share stream where you can upload pictures to a channel in the Discord and we just sit here and flick through your pictures and look at all the amazing things people create and stuff like that. Like, we have the gallery, but this would be like dedicated to an on stream, like a Friday art share or something. I've been in a couple of streams that do it, and it's just so fun. It's so cool to see everyone's creativity. It's so cool to be there and just uplift people. Follow all different flavors now, but they have a core of kindness. I love that description. That's a really cool way to describe people. A core of kindness. It's so cool to see even just how far you've come, Fud. Again, it's still really, like, when I go to a place, it's like, oh, look at that. Fud's doing mod stuff. That's so cool. So cool to see. It's so cool to see how, like, because there's just so many amazing communities to be a part of on Twitch and so many amazing places to go. Actually, you having a keeping place. Exactly. And it makes a huge difference to a streamer as well to have that person in chat. Like, so important. Especially, like, the modding part. I mean, I know, like, my channel's basically pretty safe. Like, we're pretty chill here. The most we get is the spam bots, and the auto mod picks up on them now. So, you know, like, for the most part, we don't really have to worry about a lot on this channel, but I know, like, definitely on other channels it really makes a difference to have that person, and it also, like, for me as well, it does mean that I can just zone out on the colouring, and it's like, cool, there's somebody in chat keeping an eye out just in case something happens. Like, again, not very likely, but it does happen, you know. Yeah. There is some really crazy situations out there. Oh, thank God. Sweet. Two. Cool. Phew! Something cleared just in time because we've got a power bill due out tonight and I was about $10 short, but it's like, I'm pretty sure this is going to clear today. And it did. Thank God. That's a bit of weight off me. We were fine until I booked the bus ticket and I screwed up the dates and then I had to panic rebook and it cost me extra money and then it threw everything out of alignment. But we got it covered. Alright. So we talked about this before a little bit, but the cup that Houston is holding is different to every other cup that is on the table. Like we have a bunch of striped pattern cups here, but he's the only one holding this style of glass. Now I could color it to be clear and just have it be see-through, which could be quite cool and very much indicate that it is different. But we're not also seeing what's inside the cup. I've still got to do his nose as well. I'm skipping ahead a bit here. Do we do it differently? Is he drinking something a bit different? Alright, so the nose, we were doing more of the greys just to give some difference. And we need to leave a light source. But we're using our warm greys. Either do a coloured glass or a neat coloured liquid inside. Yeah, I feel like there needs to be something interesting inside. It looks just at the moment like a plain empty glass. We might have to come back to that one. Like that one might be, like we might find that there's a colour that we just need to pull through to the side here. So we might have to leave that glass till the end. Nope, it's alright. I forgot my phone is connected for Spotify. Yeah. We might just leave that for now. We'll come back to that because it could be that there's a colour you know, like, I do plan on using a bit of purple and orange, so we'll have some orange behind here for the pumpkins anyway, but it might be a case of that we need to, like, the purple might need to be pulled through, or we might have introduced another colour by the end of the year and we're like, we need to tie it back into the original. So, plus we might need to go in and shade some more details and just fix things up a little bit. Oh. Yes. Yeah, no, purple and orange was already pulled out. That was going to be one of the colours. Because, like, we've got this pumpkin on the table. It's like, oh, we'd do the orange pumpkin, but then we could make the inside a fun colour as well. And then, of course, we've got one of these donuts that we have to make slightly different from everything else, because that's our poison donut. Itchy ear. So itchy. So itchy. Alright, maybe we should start with the pumpkin. I mean, we have to do the pumpkin at some point anyway, so we may as well. So we'd have a little bit of a yellow glow from the candle. Most of this is going to be our orangey browns. Samsara! Guess who's back? Back again. Sammy's back. Tell a friend. Yeah. Poison donuts is the way to go. Heck yeah. Well, she's kind of like placing one on the table. And again, this is meant to be a snapshot of everyone just pre-murder. So, makes sense that, you know, she's currently placing the poisoned donut in place. And also, what a way to go. Poisoned donut. Actually, I wonder if that's why I'm feeling like crap, because yesterday I had to get a blood test and I hadn't had breakfast and I was feeling like crap, so I stopped along the way and grabbed a coffee and a pie, and it was a horrible pie. Horrible pie. I'm wondering if that's why it feels like my stomach is destroying itself, because it does feel a little bit like I have a bit of a stomach bug. And then because I've got the stomach bug, it's also inflaming the lining, hence the quickies. Because there's other evidence that I perhaps have a bit of a stomach bug as well. You have to reboot real quick? Oh, goodness. Good luck. I probably actually should have rebooted before I went live. Because I left my laptop processing some videos overnight. When I went to bed at 7:30 or so. I don't know, it was pretty early. I started watching Stir's stream with you, and then, yeah, just was like, I am so tired. And I think I even forgot to say that I was like gonna leave the lurk on and go to bed. I was just that tired. I pretty much just went to bed and crashed till like almost midnight, I think it was. And then, yeah, I pretty much fell back asleep immediately. I was so exhausted. So exhausted. Yeah. Yeah. No, I woke up and I was like, I don't know where I'd ended up. And it's quite fun when you wake up after leaving a stream playing, because as well as like leaving a lurk on somebody, the other thing it does is if I'm like processing videos or something, it leaves my, stops my laptop going to sleep because there's an active stream playing, which allows the video to process faster than in sleep mode. And yeah, you just never know where you're going to end up, and then you wake up and you're like, oh, who are you? So yeah, you never quite know, which is good sometimes. I can't do it like in the bedroom on the PlayStation, because the PlayStation doesn't actually raid. So anytime I'm in a stream and they're going to raid and I'm watching on the PlayStation, I have to try and figure out where we're going. Otherwise, I get very much left behind, which is why I have a left behind command, and I do like, I think Vi does it as well. There's a couple of streamers that have like a command like that. So I have a left behind command for when I do raids, and I forget to use it all the time. But the point of it is there so that it lets people know where to go if they get left behind in the raid, because it is a problem. It does happen. So I'm just really bad and forget to use my own commands most of the time. Yeah. I think with any raid of a decent size, there are yeah, usually. I mean, there's always silent lurkers in a stream anyway. I mean, there's always the bot ones as well and stuff like that. So it's all good. Yeah. Yes. I like how you do the raids as well. So yes, I've got a lot to play with on StreamerBot as well. I'm very excited to get into it and start exploring it. But yeah, I had a look before. We got all the accounts linked and everything. And then like a basic, like a sound alert and stuff like that. That's cool. I still got to figure out how to do the whole action cues for multiple things, but it's good. Like, I mean, I know the basic theories. I've still got to like create an action cue and all that sort of stuff, but it's a good start, and it will allow me to start doing the expansion that I want on stream as well. It's just getting the spoons to get it all organized and sorted, which genuinely will not be today, because I am debating actually ending stream pretty soon and going for a nap, because I'm actually feeling pretty bleh, to be perfectly honest. And I think having a bit of a rest may help my stomach settle down a bit. Also think I need to go to the bathroom again. And then because my stomach is hurting, I'm not drinking as much energy drink as normal, which means I'm feeling very, very tired. We're at here for the energy drink. It's like nothing for me. Yeah, exactly. I'm getting near to the end. Like, I kind of aim for 2. Like, 4 hours is like a good amount. I usually get a little bit done. And I kind of feel like that's quite a good, like, little cutoff point. And it still allows me to have a nap. And I mean, there are days where I will continue on streaming past that 2 point, because I feel like it. But I try to aim for, like, 2 o'clock as my stream sort of end time. Some days we don't even make it to 2. And that's also okay. Really just depends on how we're feeling on the day. Yeah, we did get a character done, although I hope I will get a bit more than one character a stream done. Because, like, you know, we still got, if we're doing one character a stream, like, and this is if we're only doing the Tuesdays and Friday streams, like, that's not a lot. Hold up, let me pull out a calculator. I mean a calendar. I'm curious about this. So if we factor in Sunday streams, which are meant to be my game screens, but still, Sunday, Tuesday, Friday, Sunday, Tuesday. That Friday would be Armageddon Friday, and then Armageddon Sunday. So Tuesday the 24th, which may be exhaustion from the bus trip. Friday, Sunday. So that would involve all the characters being done if it's one character per stream, but that does not account for the background. Yeah. Yeah, there are some smaller characters, and some will take less time than others. Some will take a bit longer. Because yes, he's a big character, but he's also kind of simple, but he did have a lot of folds in his bindings. So yeah, some will be quicker, some will be a little bit more intense. But also, if we don't finish it this month, it's really not the end of the world. Like, I'd like to, but also it's okay. And it might be a case of some of the stuff, like the background, I might end up just doing the walls off camera or something when I decide the wall color, because like that's just one plain color. That's kind of boring. So that sort of stuff we might do a bit of off camera. But yeah, I do want to capture all the characters on stream because the characters are important. I've been itching to color in this though. I'm so glad I managed to get some done today. It's all week I've been itching to get back to this coloring page. Being like, is it stream day? Is it stream day? Is it stream day? I want to color in it. I want to do more on it. I want to do more on it. But so like, I could possibly, like, there's a bunch of pumpkins on the page, and so I could do the pumpkins off camera now, you know? These little bits that I might be able to do off camera. I will still save all the characters for on stream though. Oof. Oof. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I've just seen a bunch of redeems. I need to get a sound alert for each of those so I actually see them. I've kind of been stretching a little bit as I've been sitting here and going, ah. Or that hydrate may actually be quite painful today though, because water's hurting my stomach, so. But hopefully the quickies will hold. But yes, everybody hydrate, take a stretch, and if you need to take your meds, take your meds. I do not need to take my meds. I took my meds earlier. Self-care is sexy. We do love a good amount of self-care. Alright, so this is actually the lightest edge of the pumpkin, because it is also being top lit a little bit. And we're going to pull out our green gold that we used in other places and use this on the top, just to help us smooth it out without darkening it too much. Also use some warm grey one, just help blend it together a little bit. Same on the sides here, because the orange is very orange. Like, pumpkins aren't that orange. In fact, a lot of the time pumpkins are grey. I have no idea what colour will do the pumpkin guts, what colour is actually inside, but I do know I want to use this opportunity to bring a bit more bright yellow down here too, because it'll help tie in the yellow across here, which will help bring our eye this way, because we've got that same gold, green gold and bright yellow across all of these guys. That's blowing out so badly because of my gloves. I do apologise. Hydrate with fluids, doesn't need to be water. Yeah, no, unfortunately, it happened when I was at yours too, when we had to keep buying all the quickies. The lining of my stomach's a little inflamed, so everything hurts, even water. That's why I had to pull out these nasty things and sit here and go on stream. Yeah. Hate quickies. Absolutely hate them. So disgusting. It's that texture. I just can't stand that texture. Like, it just tastes like toothpaste. It's just a bad mint candy, basically. If you try to think about it that way, it helps a little bit. But it's that chalky texture. Ugh. Oh, okay. Thought I had acid reflux, but it was gallbladder attacks. Oh, rough. Rough. I have only had acid reflux like once or twice. The first time I had it, I was actually in hospital and I was trying to explain what was going on. They're like, oh yeah, that's just acid reflux. That's just heartburn. I was like, but it doesn't feel like my heart's burning. Like, it feels like that these bile and acid in the back of my throat. And they're like, yeah, that's heartburn. It's like, okay. It's the first time I'd ever had it. Yay, hospital food. Yeah, no, mine is just carrying on with the inflammation, but in a new area. But the quickies help. That's the thing. Like, it's treatable because it's just the stomach lining is inflamed. So you give it some, because there's a lot of acid in there. So you give it an alkaline and it calms it down. Just temporarily, but it helps. And then because it's happening because my body is stressed or reacting or something or other, you just figure out what's going on. So it's possibly I was thinking it might be stress, but there's not really anything that's stressing me out too badly right now. Again, if there is a little bit of food poisoning, because like I said, there is a little bit of an indication of a stomach bug right now. There's a lot of bathroom trips at the moment. So possibly that's like, if I'm sick, that results in my immune system going a little haywire, and so my immune system is attacking my stomach instead of attacking what's making me feel unwell. I don't feel too bad, but I definitely, again, there's been some bathroom trips this morning. But we're doing okay. We'll be fine. And we always are. Yeah, I've heard that from a lot of people about the gallbladder as well. We process a lot of gallbladders at work. In fact, we have a jar in the histology department where the gallstones are kept, because most of them are like really, really tiny, but then you get really bad impacted gallbladders that have like these really big stones in them, and some of them are really pretty because there's different colors as well as to what's causing the impaction. So they take the really big ones and then they preserve them and then they put them in the jar, and it's just this jar of like different colored gallstones. It's kind of cool if you like that sort of thing. There we go. It's mostly done. I may pick at the shadows a little bit. Again, right now it's a little hard to tell exactly with some of these shadows until we get more color down, because there's a lot of white on this page still. So anything that I push in the shadows may not be dark enough. It does help having this dark background, but also we may need to increase our shadows quite a bit more as we do more. So we may go out of focus slightly, but let me bring you right up, because I can do that now with the new boomer, and show you where we're at. We have made a little bit of progress today. That's cool. Yeah, they do that. It is a really good opportunity for learning when they have got the really interesting ones. We do have, for example, we do have a uterus of a patient, like a full hysterectomy. She had like 2 cavities. So we've got one of those for learning from. It's all preserved in formalin. It's really cool. So yeah, it's really fascinating. We've got a bunch of photos that show it like in its full form and stuff like that. But yeah, I really like where we're going with this page. It doesn't, like, when you look at the overall, we haven't done a lot, but we have done a bit. We've done all of Houston. He's basically done. Again, we'll push some of those shadows when we finish placing in all the colors, and then we can look, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to need to darken like the edge of his wraps when we finish, just to make it clear about that light source. But I'll wait till we have everything else in place and can judge it. But yeah, let's see if anyone's on that we want to go raid. I have absolutely no art channels on. At least none that I follow. So we can either go find someone new, or we can find someone to raid who's doing a gaming thing. We could go and raid Katie. She is a good safe place. I do like Katie. Let's have a quick look at art. Let's see if anyone's actually colouring. Not that people seem to use the tag half the time if they are colouring. See if anyone's doing actual colouring book colouring. There's me. Ooh, there is somebody. I've never heard of them though.
Yeah, the peacocks are cool. Wild turkeys are so cool because they're so different from domestic turkeys. And then when
They are a chill stream. They are doing some Halloween colouring. We might... It's Katie's first sponsored stream today too. Ooh. Okay, I might have to go and just check that other person out just to make sure. I think I do want to go right into Katie. It's a safe space. I don't have to worry about it. And I just know it's a good place to leave you all today. So let's go and do this. Let's make sure we bring up our raid message. So make sure you copy the message. We're going to go and raid Katie Quicksit. I'm probably mispronouncing that wrong. But she's a real lovely streamer. She's absolutely lovely. Her PNG tuber is really, really gorgeous when she has it. Does lots of really cool, chill, cozy gaming streams. Has been in here a couple times as well. So we'll go and raid Katie. And we'll go say hi over there. So thank you for being here and enjoying the stream with me. I really appreciate you all. And we will be back on Sunday. On Sunday, it is Sunday Fun Day, so we may carry on with the colouring. We may play a game. We'll see how we feel. Yeah, we'll see how we go. But in the meantime, make sure you look after yourself. Take your meds. Take your quickies, even if they're disgusting. And I'll see you all on Sunday. Bye.